Right, hello. Bracket. Bracket is started. Get my glasses on because I can't read. And we are getting into it. We've got a lot of games. What are we going with then? I can't read it on stream preview. Sivasic versus Zademon is going to be the primary one. Gecko versus Slom, that is a rematch, I think. Yeah, Sivasic versus Zademon. Drabin versus Anti could be a decent match. Okay, Sesam versus Siveritz, that's getting in very quickly. And already has a server. And that seems like a decent game. That seems like a decent game. I need to warm up because I'm always terrible very early on. But yeah, that looks like it's potential to be an alright game. With Sivasic versus Cook versus Demon is going to be a hell of a game. Never mind, they are going to disconnect. We'll get into a server eventually, it's fine. Need to get my bracket set up. And that's the server I was just on. Yep. Server browser takes way too long to load. Huge FOV. Absolutely crazy FOV from Sesson. My weapons are set up for somewhere around the 100 FOV mark. Oh, yeah. Can't see on stream. Classic move. Classic move. We'll be getting into one of these games anytime soon. Here we go. Quake Live. Okay, the game has picked up. Cracking. Pause the music. Sesam versus Sybaris. Let's go. Why didn't the music pause? And now I need to make that the tab didn't tab. So the music is the thing now, yeah. Pause button doesn't always work, sometimes it decides to pick up a Twitch stream. Sesam with the first frag there. Keeping it clean. Got a little bit of advice that people would prefer to see the full models, by the way, for today's stream. So we have got 3D models turned on rather than simple items. That was... I saw pretty much everybody's using 3D models in Quake Live rather than simple items. So I had a quick ask around some people what they think is the correct answer. Nice rail. Sybaris is fairly stacked up, but 2 rails always eats into your health at this sort of stage of the game. But they both want this mega. Or at the very least have some sort of control over this mega. Sesam's got it, but very low, gets the rail. Gets away with it with the red. That 50's going to help a lot. Now Sybaris a little bit on the back foot. There's no items for a while, but I don't think Sesam's going to want to push right now and try and make it a big issue. It's not worth it at this stage in the game, but losing the red, not the best thing you can do, but does get away cleanly with the mega. A little bit of a fight here. Sybaris will know that the stack ain't great. Took a lot of damage, did not take that red for free. There's a good bit of damage though. Now be a red for Sesam, but Sybaris is there, he's in a good position, manages to get away, just about lives, heading through the teleporter rail at the last second. Rocket spam down both players, controlling the same doorway. Sybaris incredibly low. Incredible balls to be playing that attack. But he does push Sesam to keep... That forces Sesam to respect him. You know, Sesam probably thinks that he's actually got some decent stack. Where Sybaris is actually very much completely railable. Not anymore. He's picked up a few 25s around the map. Good rocket there from Sesam. Punches Sybaris out the way. Not a bad position to be in. Taking control. Mega up. Straight after the red. Sybaris is going to take it, but probably going to go down here. Direct rocket. Going to finish him off for the 4th frag. This map is Sesam's pick. Sybarit's managed to pick up a frag while I've been tabbed out. That's rather annoying. Got some very good control. That LG coming out with a lot more damage than those rockets. And the difference between these two players' FOVs is a bit of whiplash here. I do quite like going with players' FOVs though. I don't know why. I'd like to have their crosshairs and their gun models as well. Gun models would be quite useful because it'd stop the silly positioning, but I suppose if you play with weapons off like most people do. Good LG. Oh, and Sesson gets blasted into the wall and blasts same LG straight in. Oh, sorry. Blasts the rocket straight into his own face. I'm just slightly confused by the Tour de France spectators singing The Carpenters' We've Only Just Begun, which is going on TV above me. Brilliant. I'm glad they've brought back the Tour de France. A real highlight of watching the live shows all day. Sesson not completely in control of this here. Sybarit has got most of the control, but you would put the advantage still to Sesson. Although the clock's ticking down and that advantage goes up every second that passes. But Sybarit's... I mean, one frag can be two frags. This map less so than others, but if Sesson's going to be hitting those spam back rockets, then Sybarit just isn't going to get a look in. Good rocket up to take that yellow, denies it fully. Good rocket, Sesson so low, Sybarit doesn't know how low. Gets the red armor, gets a little bit more health, the LG comes out. If he can hit this rail, he finds it. Now can he find him on the respawn frag? Gonna be hanging around just a second. Sybarit's a little bit low to take another fight, but would have been happy to take a fight with a respawn frag. Having the weapons could have done quite a lot. Sesson's going to get stacked up fairly well. Red about to come up. And this fight could determine the outcome of the match. Sesson, not even wanting it, has the advantage. Can afford to play a little bit less right now. Certainly can't after that frag though. The lead gets tied and Sybarit has control. Sesson going super low up there. Sybarit's happy to play this. There's still 2 minutes left. There's no need to chase the frags right now for either player. Sybarit has control, but Sesson has decent stack and the ability to chip away. He can do quite a lot of damage here. Sesson managing to land some shots onto Sybarit, who just couldn't return very much. But the trading out of blows, and then the red going to Sybarit, but Sybarit's largely back in control, ready for this fight onto the Mega. Sesson's well stacked, a surprising launch. Sybarit isn't sure where he is, but a surprise attack could do a lot of damage here, but now Sesson been found. Not in a great spot. Red taken, Sybarit's fully stacked up. Sesson lands a direct rocket. That's going to be a great start to the fight, but Sybarit drops him off the back with ease. And a few rockets spamming down on top. No rails for Sybarit. Finishing blow could be tricky without them. 45 seconds left on the clock. Sybarit doesn't want to push in too aggressively. He's got map control, but there's the frag. Can Sesson push in? Sibritz finishes that frag with a large stack. So Sesson, a lot of great power to be able to pull in, but hits 2 direct rockets. And before I could even finish the sentence, before I noticed the fight was going on, the frag goes down. Great advance from Sesson to try and even things up, but it just didn't happen. Sibritz got out of the winning frag with way too much stack. Still going around with 2 seconds left to go to pick up the armor. And a very nice game indeed. We head over to Battleforge then, I assume. Gecko versus Slon, an incredibly concise picking of the maps, of the server. We'll play one on IU and the other 2 on Estonia. Fair enough. Here we go on Battleforged, an incredibly height-dependent map. This has got to be 140 FOV. You know you've got a big FOV when even your zoom FOV... Like, I've used to play with 130 and I'll play 120 and 110 for defrag, but you know you've got an insane FOV when your zoom FOV looks normal compared to other people's. 2 early frags coming out from Sesson here though. So that'll certainly give him some pleasure. Oh shit, I've got the map scores on wrong. It is 0-1. Great LG coming out there from Sesson, but Sibritz able to find the frag by pushing in. And now we're playing on Sesson's Zoom FOV. I do like a high FOV, I've got to be honest. I am considering recording the next frag movie with an insane FOV, but it'll most likely be a clip dump POV sort of thing. Good bit of damage from Sibritz on that last fight. Able to force Sesson to not being too hard for that RA. My microphone is bang on about to fall off and I need to fix that. Nice return on that. Upper LG coming out. Thought he was zoomed in because I haven't quite got used to being swapped over to Sibritz yet. But great frag there from Sibritz. Wants to find good LG and connect with that rocket beautifully. Now to try and maintain this bit of control that's been built up. and should be able to capitalise it onto the scoreboard. There's a lot of time left in this match. Neither player needs to be too risky. Sibrit's beautiful swap. Knows Sessen's low. Can just tell by the movement. Finishes him off. Could do with an early breaker here. Sexton could do with this mega for free. Is going to get it damn near for free. And only a little chip of damage for taking that yellow. Red coming up in a second. Wouldn't put it past Sesson to get it. Sibrit's has managed to get across and get out before Sesson's got in. And now Sibrit's going to hold down this yellow. Probably expect Sesson to need it more than he does. It needs it really right now. Going that low from that fight, but Sesson's just keeping out, staying alive, grabs the mega. I think should be heading over to the red. But he's just going to leave it. Missed rocket jump there from Sibrit's. Nice rail there. Puts Sesson down to a dangerous health. Not quite railable, but it looked like it. And finished off with just one tick of LG. Now, can Sibrit's managed to get a mega on the next cycle? Lost the last few, but has got frags out of it anyway. Switched over to the wrong weapon. Gets the rail. Sesson low. Comes over the top. Sibrit's in the wrong place as the LG comes out. Holds him down. Yellow on Sesson, saves from that first blast, pulls out of this fight, doesn't want to get tickled by the LG, but is going to pick the wrong direction and end up under the LG of Sibrit's, who's going to put the scores up to 8-4. The comeback's definitely possible, but this is Sibrit's map pick, and impressive. Now he's laying down a level of control on it. He's letting items go a lot more than you'd expect. And I think this red might go to Sesson, probably not for free, but oh no, he's in the wrong end. Don't think Sesson's been trusting the ability to go get the red. I'd expect him to know where it is, but I don't think he trusts that it's not a trap, because it's quite an easy position to trap this red. You've got a lot of long range shots, you've got that teleporter of course. And Sesson makes a beautiful pull for the red, uses it as his own trap. But he's got a lot to overcome and not a lot to work with. Sibrit's dying at the best time possible because Sesson just doesn't have any way to come back. 69 health. And Sibrit's going to be the one to hit the rail. Finally finds this mega. A little bit of damage onto Sesson there. Well timed, predicting that pull through the teleporter and nicely LG'd down to the ground. Finishes him off. Sesson trying to get anything in here. Possibly assuming that Sibrit's was low after their last fight. But unfortunately for him, Sibrit's is very well stacked. And now all the items are up. Sesson might be able to pick up a red and a mega here. He's going to get down to the mega, doesn't manage to pick it up and takes two direct rockets. can't get enough LG out. Spawn predicted. And Sybaris gets 15 to 5. Absolutely dominating for the parts where Sybaris has got good map control. Even though he's been letting items off, the pure map control and items are just being allowed to Sessin here from time to time.
1 minute warning.
Good rocket there. Sybaris floating up like it's CPM. Tiny bit of LG needed, but he's pretty low. He's going to find Sessin.
Impressive.
Making a little bit too much noise. A beautiful rail there.
Impressive.
And a little bit of cheeky spawn fragging with guaranteed spawns. Unlucky there. Good rail. Gets this mega.
Impressive.
Maybe one more frag if you can land this final rail. Doesn't get the 360 rail. But that will be 5 to 20. 2 great games there. We will switch back, not to that one, but to that one. There we go. And we'll pull some music up for a short while. Proximo versus Rimgal. Let's jump in halfway through this one. See how it is going. When do they start up? Just pick the server now, so we're going to get into this, I should think. Sibvacit versus the Demon still hasn't started, amazingly. Here we go, back over to the Quake Live.
3, 2,
Rimgal versus Proximo. Proximo, probably the favourite to take the overall today and to win this set. Finds both the Mega and the Red. Rimgal, never seen before. Did beat Hong Konger though. Good rockets coming out from Rimgal, but not enough stack to really take the fight. But Proximo just can't make the hits. Rimgal playing a super fast game. Proximo we know can play fast and slow, but tends to prefer to slow it down in these sort of situations. Rimgal playing this like it's CPM. Pushing in very aggressively.
Lead taken.
Good LG there from Rimgal, but 1 360 flip from Proximo with the rail is going to finish him off. Nice rail from both players. Trading blows a little bit between these items. Proximo wondering where Rimgal's going to come from, and they're up top. Decent trade of blows there for Rimgal on these two items. Gets the hit after the red is taken, so it doesn't do as much damage, and Proximo is going to take the lead going into this second minute. Beautiful direct rocket right at the feet. Bounces Rimgal up. They go flying for the easily predicted LG finisher. That's something that a lot of players just play Clan Arena for practice. That's definitely something that they'll have practiced a lot of through that. Do love Clan Arena. Hey Arseny. Arseny qualifying yesterday. Just trying to work out what they were saying. I'm not sure. Seems like a lot of names. Proximo takes an early and slightly convincing lead. This is Rimgal's pick. Then we're off to Cure for Proximo's pick, which we know Proximo plays very well. These early rounds, quite often they can be something that you might want to tune up your skills on a certain map for the better players, but a lot of these rounds have been versus very good opponents. I think the level here, there's very few people that are just kind of dropping in for a giggle that you don't have to play fairly well against. Rimgal holding down positions. We saw the speed of the play earlier. Gets railed by Proximo. Hiding behind the red armor item. Good rocket there from Proximo. Unfortunate timing for the shot from Rimgal. Does some self-damage. Picks up this 50 and going to get away to try and, I think, attack for the red. Maybe waiting a while for that yellow. We should be able to do some damage to this red. Misses the rail. Slight miss movement. Gets the yellow. Get there in the end. Mega coming up. There's a fair bit of time off for it. Proximo fully stacked. Does a good bit of damage with the LG. Proximo's got the mega.
5-minute warning.
Nice prediction there from Rimgal. Pre-fires the rocket. Makes a good connection. It's going to force Proximo to not push in on that moment. But Proximo very well stacked and knows that they don't particularly have to try. You've got the lead. You can let your opponent come in. Playing these defensive shots. Making great hits. Rimgal going for these 2 bubbles just for 10 health to try and be slightly more survivable. Still railable. That yellow and another 25 is going to put them in a good position to do a bit of damage on the next fight. Going to need a good entry.
Impressive.
That will be quite happy with that. Gonna just pull away and try and fight on the next item. Both items look very close to each other, but you can certainly catch an exit from the red to the mega. Proximo might be able to rush this. Rimgal picks up the mega, gets out of there scot-free. Going to take this yellow, and now the stacks are pretty good. Rimgal's certainly got a chance on this next one. I'd say Proximo's got slightly more. Just that little bit more armor is going to give him a little bit more sustain, but that direct rocket's going to eat into Rimgal's advantage a lot there. Proximo coming from overhead. Nice shot down from Rimgal, finds the rail, connects well. Proximo not getting away with that mega for free.
Impressive.
It's a good rail, but rockets coming out from Proximo are going to keep Rimgal honest. They're not going to be able to take too many more of those very early onto this mega. Proximo knows it. Knows he doesn't need to fight for it. Good rockets there. Proximo does a lot of railing, but just comes in slightly too late to be able to take out Rimgal before picking up the mega. Great shots from both these players. A lot of damage dealt. Proximo, he's going to finish off Rimgal with that rocket. Jumping over the top of each other. That fight could have really gone either way. Proximo now looking a little bit worried. Does not want to lose this mega. Knows that Rimgal doesn't have super good stack to be able to fight it. But now does have the red. So the next set of items are going to be interesting. They're fairly close to each other, 5 seconds apart. But it'll be interesting to see. Proximo will wait here. Proximo won't be going around trying to hunt for some of the yellows. Just going to wait here, I think, for this red to come up. Does some good damage with those grenades, and Proximo going to punish Rimgal, push them back. But Rimgal probably going to take this mega. He indeed does. And again, great work with the grenades. Could do with a few more of them in the ammo mag for those sort of tricks, but this is defensive. This is defensive play. Great LG. Full Proximo. The best defense is to not dodge. Standing there and just hitting the LG. Absolutely burning through Rimgal's stack. Great direct rockets. Start off that from Proximo. They know they've got the advantage and can kind of sit on this one. It's almost impossible to lose this with 30 seconds to go. Slow respawns would make it impossible. So we will be heading with Proximo 1 in the lead because I forgot to change the sign as well. Proximo just completely stopping there. Interesting. Okay, Proximo has won. And we're not heading to Sinister. Oh yeah, we're on Sinister already, of course. We are heading over to Cure for the next game.
Vote now. Vote passed.
Some of the other games that are going on, Zademon lost to Sibvasic. Gecko versus Slon has gone to Slon. Angie and Mikey have started playing Firebot versus Drebin. is currently being picked for. Hopefully Proximo can figure out whatever they've just changed. It did look like a sensitivity issue. And I thought it might be a changed a setting. Don't know why you'd have changed a setting mid-game, but I don't think Quake Live has the problem of change a setting in the menu and it resets your sensitivity. Like Quake 3 does. It'll do that if your sensitivity isn't a sensitivity you can get in the sliders. It'll reset it to default. So for anybody under 1. But I think Quake Live doesn't mess that up. Hopefully it can be fixed fairly soon. Proximo disconnected. Let's see if we can grab another game. What's going on? It looks like a good game. No, it's not going to be great. Those ones have ended. Oh, we're getting in. Never mind. No need to change.
3, 2, 1. Fight.
And here we go. So Rumgal 1 map down onto Proximo's pick. Reasonably convincing from Proximo, but Rumgal certainly has the playstyle that would benefit a player on Cure. A very fast playstyle, but we've seen Proximo play fantastically on this map yesterday. And someone who can play incredibly well at any level. Great damage coming out from Proximo there. Holds down the fort. On this map, it's definitely worth playing a little bit more defensively when your opponent wants to attack. There's no need to push in for every item because of where the items are. You can defend them and do a lot of damage, and your opponent can't really go and take them, or neither player can really go and take them. So if you're in control, you can wait until your opponent goes for them before you have to go and take them. It's a little bit risky because, of course, the item could just disappear. Rimgal hoping that wouldn't happen, but gets taken out by it. Should be able to pick up this Mega. Does get a bit of a dodgy spawn. I'm going to be found by Proximo first. We will be taking the Mega. Getting a little bit low there, but a stamping the control on this map early doors. Definitely wants to try and close this out early. Doesn't want to leave Rimgal an option to come back into this. We did see that as a problem yesterday with Proximo's gameplay, sometimes not capitalising on an early lead and getting that lead certified on the scoreboard, to which players were either able to or very nearly able to come back and take the map win. But no such problems today. Taking the lead and making sure that the frags rain in. 2 health left on that one. That was a little bit of a butt clencher, but gonna get away with it and find a rail onto Rimgal and open up this next fight with a beautiful rocket knocking down these maps. Are just so well known. Everybody's been in every situation multiple times. Proximo doesn't want to take any of these fights right now. Doesn't want to lose the advantage. Might not have... might not be able to take any of the items, but is certainly... By taking a fight and dying, your opponent knows where you are in stack. Rimgal going to be pretty low, but Proximo not in the greatest of stack. Good rockets coming out from both of them, and Rimgal is going to get the trade. That is very good for Rimgal to get that trade out. Now it's going to be very important to get the frag here off the back of this Mega. They're going to run out of ammo on that plasma and need to go get better weaponry. Proximo does have a decent stack, 100-100. But nothing's going to stop 2 direct rockets. Absolutely beautiful from Rimgal, who's going to pick up the red after that fight. And now needs to make this capitalise on the scoreboard, just like we saw Proximo do while they had control. Rimgal is going to need to make the frags, but doesn't land the rail. So low. Both players are incredibly low. It's going to be dangerous to push in at any point here. Getting the Mega for free. Very powerful for Rimgal. Proximo picking up the red.
5-minute warning.
And they're just going to drop items to each other. Great entry rocket. Proximo pulling off some brilliant LG, leaving Rimgal low. And no items for just a little bit to bring that stack back up. Going to have to go hunting for the scraps. 5 minutes 20 into this game. And Proximo's looking on the ropes, but with some good LG and a pickup of that red. Going to bring themselves very much back into it. Rimgal, without much health, gets a good rocket off, but so low. Machine gun fire could be what takes them out. Listening carefully for where Proximo's going to come from. Rimgal right now does not want the fight. Not sure when that 50's up. Nice rail there from Proximo. Taking complete control of this map once again. Doesn't need to make it count on the scoreboard this time. Or at least doesn't need to push in. Rimgal has to. Rimgal has to push in to make a difference. And Proximo can for sure punish that. As of right now, it's taken Rimgal just as long to get back to a reasonable stack as he has for Proximo to take complete control of the map. Drops down, doesn't catch Rimgal waiting, takes 2 decent rockets, but manages to land a couple of good shots in return. Rimgal going to be in a bad position to take this next fight. Has to just wait. One rocket left. Proximo going to go for the teleporter and manage to make the frag off the back of the LG through the teleporter. Rimgal now on very much the back foot after losing that frag. Proximo not with complete control. Rimgal now getting in there, getting some great damage off. Rimgal should take this and does. But no major items coming up for the next couple of seconds. Proximo has the ability to not push in, but is going to and isn't going to find Rimgal. Spends a frag to find the stack. Dangerous position for Proximo to be in. Isn't going to try and spend a frag this time, but Rimgal knows that they need to push in. And Proximo able to dodge enough of the rockets to take that frag, put themselves 5 frags in the lead with 2 minutes to go, and start to take back a little bit of control on this map. Red coming up in a second. There it is. Rimgal is going to have to play an absolutely perfect game to win this one. Nicely played on the teleporters. Red coming up soon, same time as Mega. Both players fighting for this red. All items are up. But both players just want this one red because they know each other are there. Mega goes to Rimgal, red goes to Proximo. Nice burn on the LG and finishes it with the rail. Proximo stamps their authority on this map, coming into the minute to go mark.
1 minute warning.
This one absolutely going to Proximo, but Rimgal's put up a good fight. Wouldn't be surprised if they go quite far in the lower bracket now. Proximo being the odds-on favourite to win this one. Slow on the respawn here from Proximo. No need to make any major aggressive plays. Chill out, accept the win, and move on to the next. Doesn't want Rimgal to try and come back at all. Will push a bit of a fight if needed, but there's no need, and there's the timer. Very nicely done from Proximo. Well played. Next up, Sivasic versus Rel. That is going to be a good game. Rel coming through by beating Overquill. Oh, every bugger disconnected. Oh, I'm going to have to wait for the blooming thing. Okay, who's playing? So, Proximo versus Alec. Could go there. Once they've picked. Come on, servers. Thank you very much. Where is that? Okay, that makes sense. Sometimes, the only time that it makes sense for me to translate the Russian messages is when it's the admin messages. But jumping on a test server labelled as 250 FPS test, oh, piss off. That is the third time I've joined and there is nothing I can, like, I just have to wait for the server browser to pick up those games. So let's go with Proximo versus Alec, because although the RAL game would be very good, what did they say? Lucky Pref. That one. Okay, we are like 5 seconds late. Proximo versus Alec, they got straight in and straight readied up. Starting off on Cure, which Proximo has just won a game on versus... oh, I have terrible memory. Remgal? Yes. Proximo making a decent run at the stack. Both these players I think going to play this slowly. Proximo was playing a much slower game towards the end of the last game. Wanted to open it up fast, but that would have possibly been as a combat to Rel's fast gameplay style. But much more happy Proximo seems to be to playing it slower. Waiting for Alec to push in and just taking more health than damage. Good starter rocket there from Alec, but a great bit of damage coming out from Proximo. Trading some damage there with the rail. One rocket landing pretty direct there from Proximo. Going to force Alec back. Not enough health to take this fight. The yellow comes up. Mega goes to Proximo. Probably going to be a quick rotate round to the red. Indeed. Just as a complete aside, when I'm seeing these tracker things coming up, the number of games that people have played in Quake Live that have been tracked is immense. Xenotic also has stat tracking, and I assume probably around the same time. Xenotic stat tracking starts around 2013. And the most games I've seen is like 8,000. I've seen people with games of Duel at least. It's about 8,000. Quake Live has got some absolutely immense numbers of games. Although numbers of games have defragged. 3 health getaway from Proximo there. Both players getting so low in that LG fight. Alec won't know how low Proximo was. Probably have some sort of good feeling. But a traded blow there puts Alec probably in control coming out of this respawn. Definitely does after that rail. Proximo will be holding down the red. I'd expect it to go instantly. Does. Alec waits on this mega. Proximo not going to try and challenge for it. And now Alec wants to... wants to push this. Finds a good rocket onto Proximo. Proximo finds 2 in return. Alec's still just a little bit in control of this situation. Proximo very well stacked on the armor. Slightly too early there. Oh wait, I've still got the music on. Sorry. Nice rail there. Proximo forced back. Takes a cheeky rail. Couldn't even see them there. Red to Alec. Alec will want to push in now. Force Proximo before the mega comes up. Will want to make this frag. If he doesn't play in the next 10 seconds, there's a good chance that Proximo is going to be able to take the red or the mega. I wouldn't expect Proximo to want to fight before taking one of the 2, and does indeed let the mega go and takes the red. Gets a good start with the rail. Alec just burning with the LG in the back corner, can't do anything. The knockback just forcing the movement, and Proximo going to put it up 3-1, but still lets this game play slow. In the last game versus Ramgal, we saw Proximo in this sort of situation push really hard and try and get 2 or 3 frags on the board before the next items came up. But this time going to be playing a little bit more passively and just holding out, waiting for Alec to turn up at the items. Still needs to have some control though, so can't go full passive. But at this point, I don't think Proximo would mind losing a major item. As long as the damage can be traded out, gets 2 good rockets and finishes it with the LG. Might not want to push in and take a frag, but definitely doesn't mind if the opportunity presents itself. A little bit of a missed movement there, but it's fine. Get the rocket jump up. And going to be ready to fight for this red. Alec, great prediction. Gets the rocket down at just the right time, but going to be forced out with 1 direct rocket straight in a melee situation. Not quite landing that rail. LG going to come through. Alec puts a good bit of damage down to Proximo, but Proximo still doesn't mind pushing this. Doesn't need to fall back at all. Has good health. Both major items up at the same time. Proximo this time being a little bit more active between the 2. Doesn't want to let one go. He's going to take both of them. Takes a rail for the privilege, but 2 mega and red for 1 rail. And even ends up trading the rail out for even more damage onto Alec. Over on the top there. Rockets coming out. Good amount of damage. Alec very low. Proximo doesn't need to capitalise. Would prefer to take the items still. Sees Alec in the hole. Gets a good bit of damage. Going to follow, but not for too long. Still wants the mega. Certainly doesn't want Alec to be coming back around and picking up that mega. Rocketing up. Trying to play this fast. Proximo now, I think, trying to speed up the game. We definitely saw versus Arseny yesterday that Proximo's very passive play style through the middle, not wanting to take any fights at all. Though still taking all the items for a while. Definitely didn't help towards the end. If control was lost, it was very easy to come back into the game if you don't put the frags on the board to keep it. So Proximo now playing a little bit faster, gets hung up slightly. Decent movement there after getting hung up to not just push through anyway. Decent control. Definitely playing calmly. Gonna just maintain this high stack and not worry about it too much. Good rocket, 2 found, and the third one blasted over to Alec. Nowhere to go, but straight into the rocket. With a few seconds left on the clock, the game gets forfeited. We are 1-0 to Proximo, and I keep forgetting to change the scoreboard.
Vote now. Vote passed.
Off we go to Sinister. Who voted for these maps? So Proximo voted for Cure. So a decent side from Cure for Alec.
To fight.
We are getting straight into this one on Sinister. Yeah, this is the correct way around. I thought they'd swapped on the map switch. Great start from Proximo. Doesn't have much health left, but is going to get the first frag. Alec picking up the Mega on the respawn. And now Proximo dancing around for some health. Going to be fairly well stacked and should be able to go in and take this red fight. Decides to leave it and potentially try and play the exit. The yellows are coming up, so it's possibly worthwhile doing. Alec very well stacked coming into this mega fight. Good amount of damage coming out from Proximo. Finds one rail, can't find the second. Third one's not there either. But Alec's only been able to get a tickle of LG and a nice rail there. Puts Alec just a little bit further back, still in control of the stacks. Proximo will know from that he doesn't have control of this next fight. Good bit of LG, Alec forced back. Possibly doesn't know quite how well stacked Proximo is right now. But wants to just try and find it out. Does have the Mega, so not too much risk to finding it out. Good rail, finds the second. Both players just going to hold off and try and battle it. Alec on the runaway. Proximo using that plasma to just deny the fallback. Make sure that Alec really does go the other way. And then Proximo knows where Alec's going to be when taking this next mega fight. There's no question of which direction is he going to come from. He's going to come from there, from where you just pushed him to. Good dodge there from Proximo. Delaying that red until there's 10 seconds left on the Mega. Doesn't want the two items to be tied up in the slightest and wants a good chunk of time between the two of them. Not a bad play, of course. Gives you plenty enough time to rotate the map between the items now and to get yourself in a good position, ready to take this red but also try and get a good position. Alex, though, has managed to find a good position on this and do a decent bit of damage in between the items. So Proximo not getting that red for free, and now is going to be the second one to this Mega. Fakes a rocket jump. Alec Gonna be round. Doesn't fall for the faked rocket jump, I don't think. And a nice red take for Proximo. Puts him on great stack. Still only one frag, but has completely controlled the way this game has been going. The stacks don't look too different on the scoreboard though. But Alec gonna go down. 2 rockets, just gonna absolutely nuke it. The difference in damage is really what's coming out here. An extra 400 damage from Proximo. And it's all just this chip damage from a long distance, hitting little bits and bobs like that. Proximo's been able to stack up every time after these fights. Nice rail traded. Alec gets a free blow. Gonna run and hide. Doesn't want another one. A while until the next major items now. Proximo might try and push here. Knowing that there's no items up for a little bit. Got time.
5-minute warning.
Now just hanging around. Alec needs to do a lot of good damage on this red. Isn't going to get anything though. Fall back for Mega. Really needed to even things up slightly. And then take a Mega as a fight. But isn't going to be able to do that. Proximo now playing that extremely passive style again. Plasma to defend. Not going to let Alec get anywhere near this red. Just delaying it again. Try to slow this game down as much as possible. Put some extra time between the Mega and the next red. Two good rockets there from Proximo. Gonna finish Alec off. Alec forcing Proximo low, but the LG is just going to come out too aggressively. And that might have been Alec's last line into the game to win that fight for the Mega. That fight for the Mega would have won the Mega and the red. But Alec's not going to have too much to go for after this fight. Little tickle of LG coming from Alec. Proximo doesn't want to try too hard to take it. Both players very well stacked now. Alec with a good rail to start off this fight. Needs to find more of those. Good burn there. And Alec's going to find a frag. It probably is too little too late. But there's certainly a way back into this. The Mega gets taken by Proximo. Gonna be good for controlling and forcing Alex to not push. Nice rail through the bars. Proximo pretty low here. Stacks up enough to not be railable. But a good bit of damage is going to find Proximo looking at a little bit worse for wear. But Alec doesn't have the armor. Proximo now with the Mega. Thank you very much for the follow.
1 minute warning.
And a minute left. Alec is most likely out of this. Has played well this last little bit, but Proximo was just able to control the map too hard early on. And Alec got a little bit unlucky a couple of times with some very nice shots that just came at the wrong timing for him to get his own shots in. But Proximo played this very smartly. Did not let Alec into the game at all. Playing completely passively. Letting all the items go for this last 2 minutes as well. Knowing that the time was enough. He can just plus back a little bit. Gonna take this last fight. But I don't think it'll amount to anything. With 10 seconds left on the clock. Proximo will just be hiding. Nicely traded rails. And there it is. GG. Proximo goes through to the next round. Alec kicks down to the lower bracket. And we will take a look where the next game is. Let me just go. Okay, we are on to Firebot versus Syberiz. Last couple of minutes of the first map on Cure. This was Firebot's pick, so you'd think he hopefully will win it. But we are quite close at the end of this. Firebot very well stacked with Syberiz trying to make a comeback. 1 minute left. We've seen Firebot have problems before, unable to mount the frags while having control. Not sure how this map's gone, but I can imagine that that possibly happened, that Firebot had control the whole game through. Let's take a look at these stacks.
1 minute warning.
No, Firebot actually not massively over in the pickups amount, to be fair, but Syberiz not hitting too good on the rails. Only 9% accuracy. But has done a good amount of damage. Firebot with a little bit more, so yeah, items getting traded out. Not a huge amount of control going for either way. 35 seconds left, the fight comes in. 2 rockets, good. Syberiz takes too much damage to be able to continue that fight. Firebot just has a little bit more control. Gonna need to try and tie this up with 20 seconds left to go, taking the Mega. The only way that that fight was going to happen, Firebot completely backing out, has enough stack, doesn't need to take any more. Sybaris is going to need to find him in 10 seconds. It's possible, but where is Firebot? He's going to just be up top there. Not going to be taken down in this instance. And Firebot is going to take map number 1. Very cleanly there. Towards the end. We are up to Sinister for the next map. Let me try and put something in here.
Prepare to fight. Three, two, one.
Okay, I'm not actually like turn that off in my settings. I was hoping they wouldn't get into the game so quickly. Cracking. And they are on the correct bindings. So good, decent first start. Both players going very low. Firebot in the better positioning there. To take the red. A little while till the Mega. But Firebot's not going to want to push this just yet. Going to want to get a better position to take the fight for the Mega. And maybe try and get the kill on the Mega. Items up at the same-ish time. So Firebot's going to take this Mega. Probably try and push the long way around to the red. Goes low for the red. Interesting, but unexpected. So, gets a good bit of damage out onto Sybaris. Finds 2 rails, leaves Sybaris super low. 18 health, gets away. Finds a little bit more. Firebot absolutely banging out these rails, getting some great damage dealt. 1 damage on that rocket. Sybaris just holding still at the top. Let's say Firebot 11 games. Oh, 11 games here. Firebot completely stacked up right now. Sybaris just holding down at the bottom. Trying to survive until the next items can be taken. Red's up. Mega taken by Firebot. Decent bit of damage from Sybaris, but just doesn't have anything, any stack at all to be able to take another fight. Items back on the same time though. Red and Mega together is good for Firebot. Sybaris could get in, but at the minute it seems to be good for Firebot. Just able to control a little bit more. And keep Sybaris on edge. Sybaris doesn't want to take the item. Does get a jump across to it, which is going to help a lot in this fight, but can't seem to land as much LG. Firebot missing quite a lot too there. Neither player able to get the frag, but coming through the teleporter, Sybaris does not expect Firebot to be the other side of it. Firebot will take the first frag of the game. 3.5 minutes into it. Finds the second shortly after on the respawn. And will be looking to stamp possibly another one at this mega fight. He's going to find it as well, cleanly. Not taking any damage there from Firebot, from Sybaris, sorry. Firebot not taking the damage. Fully stacked. Now I'd expect Firebot to not want to fight so much. Forced some of those fights to happen on the last section. Every time the item was up, Sybaris would be there, and Firebot forced the fight. Wouldn't let Sybaris off scot-free. But now just playing a little bit more defensively, no need to push in. Take the items with force, so nothing close to a full passive, but doesn't need the frags. Decent bit of damage there from Sybaris. First one to get the LG out, but doesn't have the health right now to sustain any sort of fight. Might be able to get across to this red armor though and challenge there, but he's going to be missing. Probably chasing around for this yellow, which Firebot's going to find Sybaris in the yellow room. And Sybaris only just gets away with his life. Firebot pulling down the grenades there just to hold off Sybaris. Doesn't want them to be pushing in. Two good rockets to start that off from Firebot. Gonna take down Sybaris' stack advantage to absolutely nothing. Red gonna come in for Sybaris. Decent bit of control there. This is something Firebot has struggled with slightly throughout the games that I've seen them play. Playing a little bit too passively too early and then losing control of the map. Shouldn't be too much of a problem right now. And if they can get this, there we go, playing a bit more aggressive onto this red. Knows where Sybaris is going to come from, takes the red, seconds it up with a yellow. And I'd expect Firebot to play very aggressively for the next Mega as well. Is going to be there. Sybaris getting there super early. Firebot just doesn't need to push in yet. Knows when the timing is. Sybaris straight on it. It takes a lot of damage for the trouble. Firebot not getting away scot-free, but certainly not too bad. Does lose the red. Good damage on the escape. Sees where Sybaris is going. Now to try and catch him out. One free Mega for Firebot. Sybaris needs to get in on that sort of thing every time if he wants back into this game. Decent LG from both players, but Sybaris can't handle a direct LG to LG battle. Needs to get in somewhere early with a bit of damage. A rail or a rocket to start things off, and Firebot's going to stack up heavily on this cycle. Good rail to start from Sybaris, finds the second. Very good way to start out that fight, and now you can take the LG battle, especially getting in there early. Sybaris should win this one, but what happened there? I think Sybaris just ran out of LG. Firebot will know that Sybaris is extremely low in that fight, but doesn't want to push in. I mean, a minute 45 left on the clock. There's no need really for Firebot to do anything. Sybaris has got to be the one to push. But what happened? Sybaris left Firebot with such little health, then had to escape from the fight. I don't know if you realised how low Firebot was in that moment, that they were both very much on equal footing. Sybaris ends up getting out with only just about surviving. Good rocket down on Sybaritz. Firebot going to put the 1 minute warning out. 4 frags in the lead. Playing very aggressively onto that Mega. Now we'll play for this yellow. Sybaritz is going to take the yellow, but unfortunately goes down to their own rocket launcher. By the looks of things, Firebot's going to take this one. 30 seconds left. A little bit of a wobble in the middle, but was able to play well enough around losing control and take control back very quickly before Sybaritz was able to actually take a frag and capitalise on the advantage that they had.
Impressive.
Hitting the shots when they needed to be hit as well. Nice shot with the shotgun. And Firebot's going to take this one. 7 to -1 and 2 maps to nothing. We are going to head over to Proximo versus Sib Vasic here. Straight away getting into it. We should be with map scores 0 to 0. We have already started. Was thinking that'd happen. This is almost an end game match, really. This one. Vasic is taking an early lead on this one. Quite convincing. I'm trying to work out where we are. Just looking. So Cure was picked by Proximo. This has been their main first pick. But Vasic going to be taking the early lead. We have Silence after that. And Sinister as our decider. Firebot after that game that we just watched is off to play Slon. For anyone wondering. Which will be a pretty good game, but this game could be your grand finals. Both of these players have gone into grand finals. Proximo twice now. Twice in, twice second. Having to come up against Vasic this early in the bracket is not going to be great for Proximo.
Impressive.
Would have preferred it potentially in the next map, at the very least. Proximo with some good damage from the LG. From the MG, rather. Both players resort to the worst weapon in the game. But it does some great damage when you need it to, and when you can land the shots up close. Good damage there from Proximo. Vasic super low. Running around the back. Very good dodging there from Vasic. Manages to delay it. Delay the death for a decent amount of time. It does go down. And Proximo will pick up the red. And now wants to make this aggressive play. Doesn't want to leave this for free. Mega going to be up, but Proximo down here for the red. Vasic with the Mega. And now with a red on Proximo and a Mega and 100 armor on Vasic. Proximo has slightly lost control of the map. One rail opens things up for Vasic. But Proximo just going to back out. There's no need to take this fight. If he can get in, gets a nice rail, gets a second, but a lot of LG damage coming out from Vasic. And now Proximo moves around, doesn't need to fight for that red. Mega's up. Sib's on top. Makes a good play. Rocket jump up. Beautifully done from Proximo. Sib will punish with a rail. But it isn't going to be enough. Proximo is going to be slightly better stacked. This red going to Vasic. Puts both items at the same time. Great rocket there. Both players super low. Vasic has the better position, able to play into the red. Where Proximo has to back out. Takes the mega and a yellow. Vasic still looking low. Needs some more health still. Proximo doesn't want to force the fight. Misses that rocket, very important rocket, and goes quite low from a rail. Good rocket there. Proximo rocket jumping away. Wants to go take this mega. Oh, finds a rocket onto Vasic, but it's not enough as Vasic hits the rail and confirms the kill. Takes the mega. Proximo too early onto this yellow, onto this red, sorry. And Vasic's going to get that as well as a frag. Now Vasic with a lot of control over this map. Minute and 20 left on the clock, and Proximo not looking in a great position. Has a decent stack and is just going to push it in. Decides that the best method is to just push in. Vasic doesn't want to take too much damage here, but gets two good rockets, and that's going to be the end of things. Proximo unable to do too much there. Some good damage coming out with the shotgun. 3 health left. Vasic can't go and take the mega actually right now because of the fall damage that's possible to take while dropping off the top down to that lower platform. So just going to play around the back. If Proximo wants to take the mega, they can. But the longer they spend picking up items, the less time that they are fragging Vasic. And there just isn't enough time. The shotgun at close range, far too powerful. And Vasic is going to win the first map. Proximo's pick. Nearly a comeback, but not quite enough time to make it happen.
Impressive. Vote now. Vote passed.
Over we go to Silence, which I haven't seen too much in the last couple of days. And here we go straight into it. No mucking about.
Fight.
Proximo getting the red spawn, takes a shotgun, rocket launcher, and now going to try and challenge down lower onto this mega. But Civ manages to get a good shot off and forces Proximo back just a bit. Nice LG there from Vasic. Rail comes out, going to force him back. Doesn't decide to retreat quite enough, and Proximo with the shotgun makes the frag, takes the red. A little bit of time up before the mega comes up. Proximo going to take that time to take a yellow. Vasic down lower, drops down, and Proximo takes this red. That takes the mega, sorry. Very nice rail there through the corner. Going to make the frag. I'm just going to wait for this red to come up. Traded out rails, not good for Vasic. Proximo doesn't need to push too hard here, but Vasic doesn't want Proximo getting too far ahead. But at the same time, it's a dangerous game to play. Going up that ramp, up that jump pad. And a lot of damage gets dealt. Vasic manages to pick up a red. He's going to pick up this mega as well and get out of there. Proximo just letting the items go for some reason. Probably will be able to make this frag anyway. Beautifully done with the rocket launcher. Gets a distance frag marker as well. And in the air with the LG. Fantastic there from Proximo. 2 minutes in, 5 frags. This map does swing very heavily back and forth. A map made by City, who also made the wonderful map Fuse, which is a Xenotic original map. Also in Quake Live. So if you see some strange ramp that you can't quite get across, it's probably a double jump. Great LG from Proximo. What are the numbers on this LG right now from Proximo? It's nearly 40%. Really good LG. It feels like more. If you were to ignore those spam attempts and just holding down of points and just have the ones in these fights, it just feels such a potent LG. And Civ Vasic's got nothing he can do. Good rail there. Finds the second, just going to completely neutralise the red. Puts Vasic into a low moment, but he's going to find a little bit more health. Proximo doesn't want to push in, doesn't quite have the stack to be able to do it. Good damage coming out from Vasic, and with an LG of their own, takes control of this map. Has the items, has a few frags on the board, playing this fast. Needs to make a frag before the next major items come up. Yellow's not going to be there to save Proximo, but trading out the frags is probably the best thing that Proximo can do. And now, who will get the mega? Neither player in the right position to take it. Civ's going to get it. And should be able to be in a good position to take this red. Proximo not even going to challenge for it. But Vasic doesn't want to fight. Doesn't know what weapons Proximo managed to just pick up. Proximo going to want to slow this map down a little bit and just try and get some items to come back up. Regain composure. Where Vasic is probably hoping that Proximo tries to take the items right now. But just not going to. Going to wait around, get some damage out on the exit, rather than trying to fight for the items. There's no need to go for them for Proximo right now. As long as they keep some sort of control and manage to keep map control. Rocket jump there from Vasic, trying to get out of there as fast as possible. Does not want to be in that tube with what we've seen Proximo doing to predictable movement with the LG. Nice rail there from Vasic. Both players fairly equal stack, but Vasic's going to open it up. Proximo takes the mega, but the LG of Vasic just more potent in that moment. And at 5 minutes to go, Vasic with quite a good stack. Gonna find Proximo. Didn't look too confirmed halfway through that duel, but he's gonna go their way. Vasic waiting for this 50 to come up even. And Proximo's going to capitalise on that bit of mispositioning. Nobody knows the time of the 50s. Vasic going to take the mega, but a fair bit of damage from the LG. If Proximo can get a good bit of damage there, puts Civ Vasic in a dangerous position, but a rocket is going to take Proximo low. Civ Vasic going to finish themselves off with a rocket to the wall. An unfortunate moment. The LG coming out from both players, and Civ Vasic's going to hit so much more than Proximo. Proximo going in that the heavy favourite, and somehow doesn't come out with the frag. Vasic going to capitalise on this moment as Proximo tries to push in and limit the losses, but it doesn't work out as Vasic is looking in the correct direction. Predicts it. and manages to get a lot of damage out. Vasic low though. Proximo going to get a good rocket in, but the LG going to come out and swap to the shotgun to finish off. Very cleverly played there from Vasic, picking the right weapons at the right time. Good shotgun there. Proximo takes a little bit more of a lead. There's still enough time for either of these two to take full control, but neither one has any sort of control right now. It's just both players turning up to every item, picking a fight, and it really is every item. That yellow getting a lot of damage taken on it. Proximo wins it in the end. It doesn't win the positioning battle. Vasic going to get bounced across. A lot of damage taken. The Mega's up, but Proximo wants to take the fight for the red. Takes the red. Vasic's so low and just on the tippiest end of the distance the LG can shoot with 4 health left. Proximo manages to make a frag. Gonna go down, but probably doesn't mind too much about that. Vasic takes this Mega. Doesn't have much time to slow the game down and try and regain control. Needs to make some frags while Proximo isn't very stacked up. But at the same time, Vasic isn't stacked up either. Going through these teleporters, chasing down. Which way is Proximo gone? No one has any idea. Spots Proximo. Doesn't want to take the fight. Knows Proximo has a rail. Dangerous to be railed the start of this, using a lot of rocket jumps, takes another rail, goes very low. Proximo with that yellow, going to be in a decent position. Vasic does get the Mega. Proximo just pulling back, goes back and forth through the teleporter, but Vasic is ready for it and puts a rocket in that place. Ready. Well stacked here. Vasic has control over the items, but it looks like Proximo still has pretty good control over the map. Vasic isn't able to hold down any spots, but needs to try and take something. Proximo, beautiful rail to stop Vasic's advance. Drop him off the edge. This red might go to Proximo here. In the right position for it. Vasic clearly getting nervous. Proximo doesn't want it. Beautiful rail there. Minute and 20 left. 3 frags to find to even this game up. Proximo has everything on the line here. Vasic has still got that map lifeline.
One minute warning.
Nice rocket jumping around from Vasic. Finds a couple of frags. Finds a couple of shots rather. But isn't going to be able to find the frags right now. 35 seconds left. A really difficult position to be in. One more set of items. Means that Proximo does have some sort of lifeline, but Vasic's not going to be able to go for them. Just complete passivity from Proximo. Runs away from the item. Only needs to be there to know where Vasic is. Going to delay this respawn, I would have thought. And does for as long as possible, leaving us only 5 seconds left on the clock. 2 frags in 5 seconds, not doable. At least in duel. And a good game. Proximo killed Vasic from 612 units with a massive mid-air. Brilliant game. Proximo played that very well. Held the control of the map. Did let the items go towards the end, but that's alright.
Vote now.
Because all that matters is the frags. We go to Sinister.
Vote passed.
Okay, hopefully these two don't get in too quickly.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it? The rage, the rush.
Nearly ready for the final game. Just taking a look through the bracket, currently up there with Proximo versus Vasic, Firebot versus Slon currently going on. They started about 20 minutes ago, so they will be finishing up probably in not too long their second map. And here we go.
3,
Proximo
2,
versus Vasic.
1.
Game number 3. I forgot that was the thing I needed to do. Change that 1 to 1. A very quick frag comes out for Vasic to take it. Shotgun versus machine gun. Proximo takes a rail, but takes a lot of damage, but both players go down. Possibly to the advantage of Proximo right there, but Vasic's going to capitalise on it and get the frag through the teleporter and take an early control 30 seconds into this map. Barely enough time for the items to come up, and we've already got 4 frags on the board, a complete difference from the last game where it took longer than that to get 10 times longer than that to get 1 frag. Proximo super low here, but has got that red pickup. We'll be happy with that. Vasic happy to just play around for these small items. Wants to be in a good position to take the next set. Red coming up and Proximo's going to take it. Vasic gets Mega for free. Neither player ready to engage just yet, even for a tiny bit of exit fraggery. A little bit of exit damage. Good shot there from Vasic. Finds Proximo low. Gonna head over to this Mega. Proximo won't be able to fight for this one. Very well stacked there from Vasic. Will want to make it count on the scoreboard. This map can swing quite aggressively when it does swing. But happy to wait for now. Happy to just maintain control and make the scores count later. At some point Proximo is going to want to retake control. and he's going to want to push in. Good shot there from Proximo. It comes in just at the wrong time. Vasic's ready with the LG. Finds brilliant LG and 2 good rockets. Finishing with the direct. Giving Proximo the old pitch and putt. You pitch him up in the air and you put a rocket in their face. Great return frag there from Vasic. Could find one more, but Proximo going to get out the way. A little bit of a fight on here. Proximo going to stay in the battle. Probably for a little bit too long. Goes down for it. Doesn't get quite enough damage as they potentially would have wanted out of that one. Good exit rail from Vasic. Now with this Mega, and should get the red for free as well. Very well stacked up. I'm going to punish Proximo for being on this yellow. Proximo is going to stake this time, not going to try and make the fight, but Vasic wants the fight to happen, so decides to take it. Great LG coming out there. Vasic a little bit low, but we'll pick up the Mega and get this yellow. Puts me in a decent position. Proximo probably wanting to get a little bit more damage than that coming out. Needs to take this opportunity because Proximo doesn't have much map control right now, but does have a little bit of a stack advantage. But that rail is going to force Proximo to not take the fight, but he's going to get the red as Vasic has to pull out. Some good rails there from Vasic, stopping Proximo from getting too far ahead, but can't quite finish off the job as Proximo points that LG heavily at Vasic. Neither player with the stack to want to take an LG fight right now. Vasic probably more likely to have stuck it out in that one, for sure. I think worst position to get away from, but also has the frags to lose. One good rocket from Proximo opens things up in this fight. Gonna go over, finds a lot of good LG, but both players go down to a Vasic rocket. Definitely Vasic in that position. Winning out of that mutual frag. Proximo with the Mega. Gets a yellow, gets pinned up in the air by Vasic's LG. There's nothing you can say about that except get shafted. Vasic now playing a little bit more conservatively between these items. Doesn't have to push in, has a great advantage on the scoreboard. Absolutely no need to push it. It's Proximo's prerogative to push in. He's going to... Does a lot of good damage and forces Vasic out the back. One nice rail going to open things up. Proximo doesn't have the health to fight this one after a rocket like that. And does fall back. Will get the red off the respawn. 2 rails directly in a row for Vasic. Going to push Proximo pretty low. Though they will stack up very quickly again. Vasic was railable for a long time and a beautiful direct rocket there from Proximo. Nothing that Vasic could have really done about that one to dodge it. But Vasic back in it very quickly. Gets the return. Going to take this red completely for free. Needs a little bit of health, but won't mind slowing this game down in the slightest. Won't mind having to wait around. Make a little bit less noise even. great rocket there from Vasic. Proximo does have enough health to force this fight. A good defensive play, brilliant defensive play there from Vasic. And Proximo is going to forfeit this game, pushing Vasic through on the upper bracket. And Proximo is going to have to play through this one on the lower. Head over and see this Firebot game. We have Battleforged was Firebot's pick. And Firebot is 1 up. So we'll pop that over to the 1-0. Firebot versus Slon. Firebot 1 map up. This is Slon's pick. Firebot 1 Battleforged, and we go to Silence as the decider of this one. Good bit of LG there from Firebot. Keeps Slon honest. Marcel Kittel's on the Tour de France for ITV. Jesus. Firebot keeping Slon pinned to the back. Slon has got some decent stack, but can't really do a lot with that. Able to take the red, makes this frag. Absolutely has to force that one down though. And he's going to come out of this very low. Doesn't quite land that last rocket. Four to 1. With Slon having a red, it's a good time to attack, but Firebot's going to drop off the bottom. I don't know to watch this. Someone's going to a bush.
5-minute warning.
Good frag there from Slon. Ooh, big crash in the tour. The guy's just gone pushed out the peloton onto the curb and slid into a bush, and he's like still got grass in his brake. Slon taking a convincing control of this map, and we've seen Firebot just kind of let this happen before with a built-up lead. That Firebot will just play passively, let it happen. Lost World's a map where you can very much control where someone goes, but controlling the major items is a lot harder unless you can really pin them into one corner. But Slon doesn't appear to be doing that with Firebot, but Firebot appears to be taking the just ignoring the items. No need to take them. 4 minutes and 2 frags. Not the greatest lead. But Firebot does have some decent stack and will have all the weaponry wanted. The weaponry is over that side, along with the 2 yellows over the side of the map that you generally see people getting trapped in. Firebot, some great LG coming down from the top, and a beautiful switch to that shotgun, showing the knowledge of how much health Slon had left. And he's going to be able to capitalise up on it. Nice take of that Mega, but a decent shotgun shot from Slon. Keeps him at least slightly honest. And now Slon will be massively on the back foot. Jumping across, trying to take that rocket. Firebot, not much stack up. Good LG there. Firebot really stamping an authority on this game now. Retakes control and gets some frags going. Slon definitely the one bringing the frags to Firebot. Firebot not having to go chasing, but Slon's got to do something to break the hold, and it is difficult to do on this map. Good bit of damage put out though. Firebot going to back off. Slon could certainly take control of the map, but needs the frags as well as the control. There's not a lot you can do to take frags if you don't go and meet your opponent. A lot of non-connecting rockets there from Slon as Firebot takes the red. Good connection there to fend off and fight for the Mega. And very nice rocket jump over to get the rocket. A lot of damage dealt there. Red picked up, but not much health. Mega's nowhere to be seen. Firebot super low. Brilliant from Slon. Knows the opponent's health. And is able to get it with the machine gun. LG with no ammo. Nice rocket there. Does a good amount of damage, but Slon's just too low in this bit. With the Mega, has a decent chance to bring this in, but Firebot, beautiful LG. Going to assert control on this map with that frag.
1 minute warning.
And should be able to take this one home. .30 seconds left on the clock. This one absolutely going to Firebot. Going to go through to the next round and play the winner. The winner of Proximo versus Sid Vasic, which is going to be Sid Vasic. So we will stay with this game. Proximo is waiting on a loser bracket match. And there it is. Time limit hit. 13-5. GG. 2-0 to Firebot, who will now go on to play Sid Vasic. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, we are in the banning phase of this next map. Let's see if we can get into one of the lower brackets. That's a banning phase. That one's over. Okay, so there's no maps currently going on. So we will just have to discuss what's happened. We started up on the upper bracket. Proximo running through from the very top, meeting Sib and going down. Vasic moves on to play Firebot now. And Firebot's run has been drebbing Sybaritz and Slon. Good players for both of these two. So it'll be definitely quite a good match. Rel moving on to play Slon in that lower bracket match. So that'll be a quite interesting match. I wouldn't mind going and watching that one actually. Instead of Vasic versus Firebot. I know you're supposed to stay with the upper bracket, but Slon versus Rel could be a very good game. Siberiz versus Mijke. Yeah, a lot of good games happening down in the lower bracket. We might get in on this Siberiz game just quickly, but I think I might jump over to Slon versus Rel if it starts up relatively fast. Because Firebot versus Vasic is going to be a little pause here. Here we go. Might as well go for it. Siberiz versus
2, 1.
I'm gonna call Midge. Let's just go with Midge. Midgeki? Anyone know? Just Mike. Anyway, we'll start off with Siberiz. Which is possibly pronounced Cyber. Just realising. Some good damage coming out from both players. Midge putting Siberiz on the back foot. One good rocket there, going to even things up a little bit, but not going to make Siberiz want to take this fight. Red armor goes to Midge.
Lead lost.
This yellow coming up. Midge keep playing very fast. Great LG there, and manages to take the mega health really nicely. Mijki with full control of this map. Decent rockets going down, but none of them landing. And Siberiz looks like in good position to take this red, but isn't going to push for it. Does get a good rocket on the exit. Takes the mega. Takes a lot of damage from taking the mega, but should be able to take the yellow and put them both to pretty much the same stack. So this next fight could be very even. Very nice rail there from Mijka. Holding off Sibritz of taking that red. Good bit of LG on the way down. Mijka just couldn't get the weapon out fast enough. Nice rocket. Prevents Mijka from pushing in at all. Taking the Mega and rocketing up from Sibritz. Two good rockets and both of them go down. The rocket taking down Mijka and the LG taking down Sibritz. And now Sibritz on the respawn, gets a good rocket coming out. Goes down quite heavily from that LG. And Mijka gets well stacked up. Ready to take this fight. 2 frags in the lead. Isn't going to feel too pressed by this right now. But Sibritz is going to take this red. Does a great amount of damage with a direct to Mijka coming out of the teleporter. And now wants to try and get another one of those to open up this next fight. Needs a rocket or a rail. And that'll open up the fight, but takes a rail. She's going to set them back a little bit. But should be alright. A lot of rockets coming through. Nice rails traded by both. Sibritz wants to push in here. Really wants to either make the red their own or make Mijka pay for taking it. Does manage to make Mijka pay for taking it and manages to make the frag. Incredible LG coming out there. Goes pretty low but will have a good place to stack up just here and get a little bit better. Not in a dangerous position. But the Mega has gone already to Mijka. One direct rocket and a good bit of LG. Mijka won't be expecting that to come out. Gets the red though. In a better stack than Sibritz, who's going to take this yellow in just a second. But might have to fight for it. Mijka's going to push in. Wants this yellow badly and takes it actually. Good controlling play here from Mijka. Stopping Sibritz from getting anywhere. Pushes round too fast. Doesn't let Sibritz take that 50 armor. But unfortunately the respawn goes a bit badly. Loses the red. But that's not going to matter too much. Does take a lot of damage in the process. Mega picked up is going to be a lot more help. Now it's a while till the red. Mijka's just going to hold around. Does not want Sibritz to take the next red though. But he will. Sibritz now fully stacked up. Mijka with the advantage in frags.
Impressive.
Very nice rail there from Mijka. Evens things up just that little bit. And a great rocket. Connects with another rail. Sibritz with the Mega. Heals back up from that, but certainly had to take some damage to get there. And Mijka takes the red. Yellow to Mijka is going to keep Sibritz fairly low on armor. Beautifully through the teleporter, does a direct rocket, gets bounced up in the air, and Sibritz was definitely not expecting someone to come flying around with an LG out. Was absolutely expecting the retreat, but Mijka forces the push. Shotgun doing good work, but not enough. Sibritz does a lot of damage there. Absolutely comes out with less damage, but gets a poor respawn and gets fragged again. 3 minutes left here. And Mijka just has to control, just has to not let Sybris back too much into this game. But I'd expect right now for Mijka to control this game by aggression. Generally playing to be at every armor at the minute, rather than playing to actually take every item. Just playing to be there and do a lot of damage. If you can take it, that's a bonus. Both major items coming up at the same time on the next one, so we'll see what Mijka's going to do. Depend on the stack that comes out. Sybris getting away with 1 health there. By the time we'd switched, already got it up to the 24 from that 25 bubble. But now Mijka might play a little bit more passively after that death. Doesn't look like it too much. Still playing defensively rather than passively. No rails landed there for Sybris. Needs to move very fast if they want to stay in this game. Nice rail there. Could finish off Mijka very soon. Beautiful finisher. Sybris takes a little bit of control, but not with much time left on the map. 5 frags in a minute and a half. It's certainly doable, but I doubt that Mijka is going to let it happen. Decent bit of damage off the bottom. Mijka now fully controlled with a minute to go. Bit low on health, but you know. So Sybris. Neither player really wants to push in. It could go either way on this, and with a rail, being able to play more passively, wait for your opponent to come to you, Sybris will go down again.
Combo kill.
Get another combo kill on the board, always worth it, and the game gets forfeited. Mijka going to be moving on to the next round. Very nicely. So let's have a look at our... fucking... I need to fix my microphone. See if my sister's got any tape. So Slon versus Rel. Did they ever pick a server? Can we get in on this one? When did they pick a server? They picked a server 10 minutes ago. Now they're done. They are done. Oh, actually, it's probably worth checking out the second half of this. The Sib Vasek game still is in map picking, so we'll let that happen. Rel with a massive advantage here. 9-1, 6 minutes in. Oh, shite. Nice bit of LG. Holding that pin on. Done very well, nicely done. Finishes the job. Gonna keep applying the pressure I'd expect here. Good, beautiful 2 rockets in a row. Find another frag. Runs out of LG during this fight. With a rocket across. Slon should be able to take this. Does, but very low. And the shotgun should finish the job off very nicely. Rel looking a little bit low, but a yellow's going to help that. Both players going super low. Slon down to 2 health just there. Great rockets coming out. Rel retakes control. 2.5 minutes left to go. Looking very convincingly Rel's game here over Slon. Rel's been playing better and better throughout all of these. I played Rel in the first round of the first qualifier. It went very badly for me.
Impressive.
But Rel's been, yeah, getting just further and further through all these tournaments, and I wouldn't say that the quality of players has gone down. We've only got 4 qualifiers coming through from here, so the actual quality of the players hasn't dropped at all. Yeah, and new players have come in that haven't been able to play previous qualifiers. So Solana, very good opponent, coming in for these last 2, yesterday and today. Shade of the map scores. Just needs to be off, doesn't it? Vasic's been in and out. Firebot coming in for this last one. Proximo's been all over it, but still hasn't managed to qualify quite, with 2 grand finals. Rel was knocked down by Vasic though, so a tough second round game for Rel.
1 minute warning.
Both players mutually fragging. Yeah, you can push with basically anything on this map as long as you're willing to make it work. Very aggressive map. I do enjoy it a lot. I mean, made by a Xenotic mapper, and it does. This feels like it would play amazingly in Xenotic if you replace a couple of bits and bobs with Xenotic ramps. And you'd probably want to take any of the pipes and slope them so that they always work. I'm not sure how they're actually clipped. If they're clipped square, then you'd probably want to slope them to use as ramps. Top mid-air from a distance of 3. Yeah. Alright then. A little bit of time until the next game starts. We're still waiting on the pick and ban of Vasic versus Firebot. Proximo versus Midgkill. Unlucky perf 1. Let's see how we're doing. This one we're probably going to drop out of to go to the upper bracket. Because if this is the last game we can possibly have, I think. Oh no, it's not. We could have Rel versus the winner of this game. Midgka 2-0 up on Proximo in a best of 1. Getting the scene changed over quickly. Rel joining the server there due to being the one that these guys will play against. The winner of this plays against Rel for a space in the lower bracket final. Midgka is just lost a little bit of control here after we joined. I think I might stick with the lower bracket, you know. Vasic versus Firebot will be a fantastic game, but I'm going to stick with the lower bracket if nobody has any objections. Very nice rail there from Proximo to open this up. Nicely done there. Mitchie retakes control. Pushing in for this frag, finds it. Just needed a tiny bit more Proximo low, but Mitch's not going to force it in this case. Doesn't have enough health to do so. Proximo been working so hard to get into these grand finals, and now has to play against this. It's going to be tough. Tough to come back from this. Direct rocket coming out. Proximo just has to back off. And every time Michka takes this rocket, just keeping the LG being pinned on. No need to turn it off. Michka now very stacked up. Ready to take any fight. Wants to take these fights as well. Proximo does not right now. Gets pushed into with the LG. Even does a little bit of rocketry to push Michka towards himself. Mega once again going to Michka, who gets fully stacked now. Proximo's going to have to try and avoid fights, but Michka wants to take them. Michka wants to make these fights happen. And it seems to be the better strategy on some of these maps. We've seen Proximo struggle before on maps not taking enough advantage and attacking when it was possible. But Michka's just not letting that happen. Making sure that control of the items becomes score on the board. Because pickups and damage, they're not frags. And in this game, points might not mean prizes, but they do mean that you get a chance at the prize. Very nice LG there from both players. Proximo gets much better LG onto Michka, but Michka just with the better stack. Going to burn Proximo down and not worry too much about it. And sometimes in these LG duels you can see the player with the better stack that knows they have the better stack. In Michka's position right now, they'll just stand still and let the opponent hit them, just so that they can get more damage, knowing that they can do better. They don't need to not take damage. They need to deal it. Michka's super well stacked up. Happy to spam out a lot of LG, just to force Proximo not to come in and attack. Michka doesn't need the frags, but it's going to make the frag if it counts. If they can get in there. Good bit of LG damage dealt. Some rockets coming in, but all dodged. Proximo takes a big rail. That shotgun shot. Worth the risk there from Proximo. And now it looks extremely oppressive here. Proximo just getting taken down at every turn. He could still get back into it, you are right, but he's going to have, like, disrupting the timing is going to be incredibly difficult. Yeah, Michka's just got complete control while also doing this amount of damage. I mean, that's scary. Normally you see some people, you see duelers, they have to give up, but Michka just looks absolutely on form right now. Definitely didn't in the game against Slon, which is interesting because she's absolutely, I mean, Proximo was my favourite coming into this. And I know I haven't seen every dueler that's going to be playing in this tournament play recently, or at all with some of them. But Proximo's been in the grand finals for the last two and been there or thereabouts. All over the place. been playing really well, but seems to have just not been able to make it work in this game so far. 12 frag difference is going to be incredibly difficult to bring it back, but he's not going to forfeit. This to stay in the game for a place in the tournament itself. Well, not quite landing. Good LG coming out, but Mijka's going to get away. Managed to make it down. Doesn't go for the red. Knows that he's only going to get blocked in the corner. No rail landing. And the Mega goes to Mijka. It's not going to put Proximo too much on the back foot, but it is just going to mean he's going to have to wait till he can pick up a little bit of ammo. Sorry, a little bit of health before he can push in. Gonna have to push this one though. Any chance that you've got to make a frag, you've got to make it count. We did see Mijka make some fantastic frags earlier against Proximo, but the time is running out super hard here, and Mijka knows that he's got control. Proximo had to push in because it was his best chance to make a difference. Mijka knows that he's behind. He doesn't have to make the move. He can just stay there, delay it for as long as possible. If Proximo can't make the frag, it doesn't matter. Mijka delayed respawns. Every tool in the book coming out trying to make the hit, and Mijka's just playing with weird tactics because there's no need to play with perfect aim or anything, or perfect weapons when you're up and your opponent needs to play something. You play with something weird just to put them off. That's it. GG. The time is up. Proximo gonna get knocked out in an earlier round than normal and goes out. Mijka going through and going to be playing versus Rel in this lower bracket semi-final. SV versus Firebot currently going on. Firebot with the pick of Cure. Vusic with Dismemberment, and I didn't quite catch the third. Blood Run for a final on those two. Not sure what server they're on, but I think we're going to go through and follow Rel versus Mijka. So a slight break. I'm going to bring it back over onto here while we wait for the Rel game, because I would like to watch that one. They're going to be on Battleforge. I don't know if they're just going to stay on the same server that they were on. Quite possibly by the looks of things. Okay, I probably shouldn't have swapped off the bracket. We will see. Okay, so Rel versus Mijka will be coming up. We're down in the lower bracket here. Over underneath me. Readjust my headphones slightly. Waiting for the game to start. I think Rel wants a bit of a warm-up. Mijka wants a little bit of a break for a second by the looks of things. Which is fair enough. Mijka's had to play consistently, whereas Rel's games have got a little bit slower, being in the upper of the lower bracket, not having to wait for other things to finish quite so much. So the Vasic versus Firebot game currently going on is looking quite heated. Two, 3 Firebot in the lead. Vasic, 20 seconds left to go. And Vasic has got... I'm not on the actual game, I'm on the wrong game. I'm just watching it on the Russian stream. But here we go into Rel versus Mijki.
3, 2, 1.
We're going to be starting off on Rel. Who's going to take the Mega straight off the back and get over to this yellow. Mijki going to be slightly stacked up, but a little bit of noise made. Rel's going to find a chance. Neither player deals any damage there though. Nice rail there from Rel. Opens things up. And he's going to get a bit more damage going down onto this red. Mega up next. Rel getting absolutely burned, but picks up the Mega before dying. So stays alive and safe. Rel goes down, loses the lead. Mijka's got a chance to take this convincingly right at the start here. Rel not going to let too much get done. Back and forth. He's going to try and fight this. But Mijka with a rocket round the corner. Connects with it and doesn't let it happen. Nice rocket there from Rel. How has Mijka survived that? Landing onto a bubble to survive it. Rel's going to get the Mega. And Mijka with the red. But not much health here. Finds the 50 bubble. He's going to be in a decent position to take this next fight. Over the yellow. Rel doing a good amount of damage with those rockets. Mijka picking up the health back though. Rel's so low there and gets railed. Not a lot you can do about it. Mijka now fully stacks up. And that's going to be scary to Rel. Rel will know that Mijka's in a highly stacked position. Trading blows goes way better for Mijka right now. Can take at least 2 or 3 more than Rel can. A little bit late on the yellow. Wants to get down to this Mega. Rel should be trying to head off towards that yellow, but doesn't want to risk it. Gets the red instead. Not a bad trade, I suppose. Well, just trying to stay out of trouble too much. Gonna know that both these major items are coming up at very similar times and should be able to take at least one of them. A lot of damage dealt there. Mijka falls back, takes the Mega for safety. Doesn't want to fight too hard to take this yellow. Gets it scot-free. One direct to open it. But Mijka receives one as well. Nice LG from both players. Mishka looking low. Rel has good stack. And Mishka's being railable. He's going to be a worry. Gets the yellow. That's going to save him a whole heap of trouble. But definitely Rel the better stacked here, especially now with that mega. Good rockets on the defense from Mijka. Holding Rel off. A great rail there from Rel to get the first frag on the board. Now needs to capitalise on this. Get the revenge frag. Find Mijka before he can stack up. He's going to rock it in. Has great stack. Mijka on the red. Picks it up straight away. Two good rockets coming out. Mijka goes down. Rel much lower than he'd have liked to be, but will have enough stack to go now and fight for the red. Great rocket there. Finding Mijka in the dark. I'm going to take this mega perfectly on time. Great stack here to go in on this fight. Ties it up. Nice rail there. Mijka low. Manages to survive a second rail. Dishes one out, but it's barely a tickle when Rel immediately picks up the mega. Just helped him there quicker even. Mijka not even going to try and fight for this red. No need. Gets a good bit of damage on the exit though. And Rel wants to control the rail. Good yellow pick up there. Mijka goes down. Rel taking the lead. Will want to keep control of this map just a little bit longer. Mijka needs to take control back. We know that he can do a lot when he's got control, but Rel right now maintaining control super well for this map. Some great frags coming out here as well. Able to get good damage going. Unfortunate timing there for Mijka. Comes around. Rel's in the right position. Gets taken out. Rel snooping around for health. Finds enough of it. Mijka just not even contending for some of these items now. It's too dangerous. Great rocket in the sky. Rel brings it up to 7. A great lead in this match right now. Finds another one. Going to be sitting pretty comfortably here after this, I think. Mijka just needs to create the correct prediction though. Which item is Rel going to go for? Rel is going to go for that red, but Mijka's going to pick it up and survive. Lands 2 rails, lands the 3rd in a row. And Mijka could make control out of this. Doesn't have much health. Going to rock it up. Rel's going to hit a direct in the air. Goes down, but Mijka not super stacked up after that fight. Going to be a tricky one for Rel to control though. Gets burned by the LG. Mijka brings it back to 2 frags in it. 2 minutes left to go. He's keeping control of this of every room. Rel in the right place takes the armor. That's an important armor to have taken. Although we're now back down to just 1 frag between the two of them. Rel brought Mijka down to low health there. Mijka's got to stop pushing for just a second. Deals a direct onto Rel. Finds the red. Rel's going to pick up the Mega. It takes a lot of damage in the process. 1 minute left.
1 minute warning.
Mijka now most likely playing for overtime.
Impressive.
A lot can happen in a minute. Rel down to very low health. Catching him out with spam would take him out. Somehow survives that next rail. And Mijka is super stacked up. Rel's so low right now. As Mijka's fully stacked. Rocket jumping up. Rel has to just somehow hide and survive on this last 20 seconds to go through. Mijka chases. Needs to find the frag. 10 seconds left. Where has Rel gone? Can Mijka find him? Here's him. Going through all the teleporters. Rocket jumping. You can see it's not perfect. Needs to just shoot a rocket. Goes for it and GG. Can't find Rel in the end. Super close. But it is Rel in the end that goes through. Mijka is out. And now we wait. Rel versus Mijka. Yeah, Rel through to the lower bracket finals for a place back up in the upper bracket. We will head over to Firebot versus Vasic. Firebot took the first map of this. Yep, that's the wrong way around. There we go. Firebot took the first map of this. Slightly confusing saying Firebot, because Firebot's what I use for all my chat commands and everything. So I have a Firebot item in my OBS. Good bot, can recommend. If you want something fairly easy to set up that can do quite a lot.
Overtime.
We are in overtime. Nothing between these two on this second map. Firebot with control of the items, but Vasic's not got too little. It looks like Firebot wants to completely control what Vasic can have and what he can't. Some small shots being fired, but neither player even spotting the other. Firebot reckons going to the Mega might be the correct play. Vasic hiding out. Lets Firebot take it. Doesn't need these items. Better to not take Mega, but also not take a rocket to the face. Firebot is so overstacked. Wants to take this fight, but you can see the passiveness of Firebot's playstyle here. Vasic not taking the fight. Gets a good rocket off. Good rail there. Firebot takes a little bit of LG damage, but not too much. Going to be able to stack it back up very quickly. Vasic needs to open a fight with one big rocket. Second overtime looking likely, as Firebot decides the best option is to just wait around. Firebot still has the control of this map. There's no need for Firebot to rush this. Vasic has no control. There's no need for him to rush it. This is going to be a slow end to what I imagine is a slow game. Mega taken and a rail dealt. Vasic's really not going to want to push any sort of fight after that. Decent damage put through.
Impressive.
And another rail. Gonna put Vasic into dangerous territory for the next fight, but I don't think Firebot's gonna want to bring it. Good rail there from Vasic. Firebot now running a little low on armor, but gonna grab that red. Next items both up at the same time. Good take there from Firebot. Cleanly done. Third overtime comes in. Two good rockets there from Vasic. Evens the stacks up. Firebot's going to pick up this Mega and they're going to force the fight together. Both of them happy to take this fight at the start of an overtime. Neither of them wanting to take it 10 seconds ago at the end of the last. Firebot low, but knows when the items are. Vasic also low, but without much control over the major items. Does get a lot more damage in that fight. The two opening rockets and then Firebot doing a lot of self-damage with that rocket to the wall. Absolutely put Vasic in control of that fight. But Firebot was able to get away. Nice rail to open things up. Neither player wants to take the fight right now. I expect them to wait until... Oh, they both are going to take the fight. I was going to say I expect them to wait until the overtime. But no. Just holding up this tournament. Nice jump across. Vasic manages to get a lot of damage out. A good rail dealt. Firebot really doesn't want to die right now. Goes off to try and pick up this red. Is Vasic there to defend it? No. Fourth overtime added. No frags at all in overtime as well, which does tend to be how it goes. It usually is playing for overtime is a long game, but Vasic has stolen one of these reds. What are we even at with regards to frags and damage? Vasic doing so much more damage, but pickups not too far less. It's mostly the megas. Those megas have really been going to Firebot. Good chop at the toes with that rail. One good rocket from Firebot. Firebot goes so low and Firebot gets killed by Vasic. Vasic's going to pick up this Mega. Firebot has to do some damage and not go down. 1 minute left in the overtime. Vasek looking low. Gonna pick up this red. Should know when the yellow is. Not sure if Firebot's going to be able to get over to that yellow. Hasn't had to take it in quite a while. Does find it though. Going to do some decent damage with the LG. Finds a good rail, but not going to be quite enough. Vasek almost certainly going to take this one. 40 seconds left. Can Firebot somehow get the pick? It's going to be a tricky one to take. Vasek has all the ammo that he would need. And Firebot running super low now. Gets a good rail off. Gets a second one. Can he pick a third? And with 10 seconds left on the clock, Vasek just going to stay here. Firebot finds a rail, but Vasek just survives with 6 health left. And that's going to be enough to take it. That is for sure GG, with an amazing GG message, including the Twitch link. A fantastic game to tie things up in this upper bracket final. Vasek takes dismemberment. We are off to play Blood Run for our decider map.
Vote now. Vote passed.
Right then. Get in and see if they go quick. Let's see if Firebot can come back from that. Crushing. I'm going to be crushing you with that. Now this is what Firebot chose. It was between... oh no, this is what Vasek chose. It was between Lost World or Blood Run. And this is what was left.
Prepare to fight.
Here we go. The decider. Who goes to the grand final and who has to fight it out versus Rel in the lower brackets. Firebot going to go down early to the machine gun after some rocketry. Vasek not super high, but finds a good rail to open things up. Going to take a lot of damage. But going to find a second frag here. Vasek wants to play fast, I think, here. Finds 2, but Firebot going to make the frag with 6 health left. Not much health down there. Plasma dealing your own self-kill with a plasma. Trying to plasma climb up your opponent. Firebot just can't land the shots in that, and Vasek was able to get some great shots off and pin the LG and re-stamp the control onto this map. Firebot a little bit more stack, but unlikely that they'll want to take a fight. Vasek certainly doesn't. Good take from Firebot, but Vasek's not going to let it go for free. Taking as much stack as they can get here. Doesn't want to give away anything. Decent bit of damage dealt. So Vasek won't be too happy, and Firebot will be feeling this. Rocket jumps up and picks up the red. Good rail there from Firebot. Vasek doesn't do enough damage with that first rocket. Firebot is fully stacked still, but doesn't want to take this fight yet. Firebot so far only wanting to take fights that he's completely in control of positionally and stack wise. It'll be difficult to find another one of those for a short while. Firebot stuck in that back corner. Shooting rockets down. The Mega's not up for another second. Vasek's on it a little bit early. Gets it. Gets the hell out of there. Firebot coming through the teleporter. Vasek is too early onto the red, so has to get away. Calls a timeout. Little bit of lag, little bit of whatever. We got a reasonable ping.
3, 2, 1.
And we're back. 55 health on Vasek. Not the sort of time that you want to be pausing there. Rail hit. Firebot takes the red, but Vasek is so low. Will Firebot be able to get in as Vasek stacks it back up with these shards? Is Firebot going to be able to pull back in and get the map back under control? Mega taken. Vasek doesn't want to take this fight either. 3 frags isn't enough, but make your opponent come to you. Vasek is still getting enough items to feel confident with this. And this Mega could be theirs. Vasek's got it. Firebot going to be fairly well stacked up. But Vasek is going to take the red as well. No damage dealt by either player in that scuffle. Firebot just slightly on the back foot, goes in, doesn't have the weapon out in the right place, isn't looking in the right direction, and gets down quite low. Vasek doesn't want to force it though. Doesn't want to try and chase for the frag. Firebot not wanting to take the fight too much on the line. Over half the game to go still. Nice little bit of damage there from Vasek. Just keeping Firebot from getting too stacked up. 2 rails.
5-minute warning.
Always going to put you in a good position to take the next fight. 2 good rockets and one of them being direct. Vasek going to pick up the Mega. It's going to make up for it. Good rockets coming out from Vasek. Connects with Firebot well. Finishes off with the LG. Able to pick up the red. And now Firebot's on quite a dangerous position. Needs to win this next duel. Vasek low, so it's doable. Connecting with a rocket would be very good right now. Very nice LG there from Vasek, but doesn't get much in the way of positional control that might have been wanted. Vasek sort of chasing Firebot around the map, but Firebot seems to have the control over where they go. There's no parts of the map that aren't safe for Firebot to go. If Firebot wants an item. They can go and contend for it quite safely, just like this. Vasic looking quite low. Just having to lay down traps and pedal back. Good damage coming out. Nice rail there from Vasic. Finds the second. Firebot low. Vasic not looking too great either. One good rocket could change this entire game right now. 3 minutes left on the clock. Mega to Firebot. Good, 2 good rockets. Vasic backs out. Doesn't want to take this fight. Firebot not doing great in these fights, but Vasic's got to be the one to force it. Finds the LG, and Firebot just not able to control the movement. Bounced up into the air and LG'd to death. Firebot's played this quite well, but just hasn't been able to find the opportunity to come in. Vasic playing absolutely brilliantly. Holding it down. Knows the times when to attack and has been able to attack at just the right moments. Waiting until the opening gets found. And Firebot just hasn't been able to find that opening. Vasic's so low here. Firebot's not going to be able to find a way into this. The score difference almost certainly too high. But Firebot's still going to play it out. Try and get back into this. Great LG there from Vasic. One rail found. Just needs a second.
1 minute warning.
Playing passively now though, allowing Firebot to take whatever items they want. Vasic knows that the lead is in hand and that the frags are what matter now rather than the items themselves. Items can lead to frags, but you do have to be available to be fragged. And at the minute, Vasic just backpedaling. Going to turn up for this mega, but doesn't really mind about taking it. A beautiful shot there with the rail from Firebot to get the first frag on the board. Gets the second with the LG. Effective GG has been called. 10 seconds left now. And 4 frags just isn't going to happen. Vasic even managed to dodge in the final few seconds. Great play there. Firebot, well done. Played well to get this far. Going to go down. Not out though. Not out. We've been watching some elimination games. We are going down to the lower bracket. Versus Rel. Which is going to be a best of 3. So while they are picking, I am going to go and take a quick break, refill my water bottle, get ready for grand finals. I suggest you do the same. It's going to take a little bit. I expect Vasic to want, or Firebot to want a little break before going into it. Oh, they're not going to, are they? I think they're going to do it on the private server, but I haven't got that set up. I have to stream it off the main Russian stream if they do. Oh, I was considering setting it up yesterday evening, and then I never got around to it. And if they do that, I'll very much regret not setting up the private, but I can't do it during the stream, unfortunately, because it requires a system restart. How are we all doing though? What is up? Who do we think is going to take it? Firebot versus Raoul, best of 3. Looks like we possibly are going there. Okay, they are actually going to the private server. We are going to find... find a stream to watch. It's probably going to be the main one. I'm just going to have to do it. Big shame. Big shame. I really hope they don't do the final on one though. We might as well try. Yeah. Can't get into that game. Looks like they've already got into it. Okay, we're just going to have to commentate off of the main screen here. Music is going to be playing because I can't actually get the audio up. So, yeah. Apologies for lower quality here. we can at least get 1080p. There we go. It's only going out 720p 30 FPS. So we have Rel versus Firebot on these final games. This is the lower bracket final. The winner of this goes back up to the upper bracket. Rel has come quite a long way down the lower bracket here. Been playing since being knocked out by... where did you get knocked out? Got knocked out by Vasek, who is in the grand finals, down in the third round, which is kind of the second proper round, Rel's second round at the very least. And then has played 4 games. This is the 5th game. Firebot, on the other hand, has just dropped down from the top. Let me see if I can connect. Hold on. I need to go back to the bracket. Apologies for this. I can. 666. Right. We're in. We've got it in game. Banging. That is absolutely mint. Thank you to Shambler for doing that despite commentating right now. Let me get into the server. Absolutely fantastic. Let's 0-0 this and we'll pause the music. And here we are in game. Okay, Rel -1 from a frag that happened literally as soon as I swapped off of the screen because I needed to type a password in to authenticate with this server. But yeah. Rel back down to -1. 3 minutes in. And Firebot doesn't have control. I would be very surprised if this is Firebot's pick here. It's a good shot. This is indeed Rel's pick. So Rel will really be wanting to play this. Hectic being Firebot's pick. Actually quite interesting. Wouldn't have expected that pick from Firebot with the slower gameplay that we've been seeing. Rel probably quite happy with Hectic, to be honest. Firebot going to make a good frag to bring it up. Bad spawn there for Rel. This shotgun going to bring them down, but gets a good amount of damage to stop Firebot from pushing in any further with that shotgun. Gets pretty low in the process, and then the LG comes out, but runs out of ammo halfway through. Firebot low on ammo on all of these major items. I just want to see what... Beautiful LG tracking there from Firebot. Just holds it across. Rel not able to do very much about it. Needed to get across to try and pick up the Mega, but also needed to try dodging.
Impressive.
Very nice shot there from Firebot. Holds Rel down. Red armor goes to Rel though. By the way, does anyone know how to make those chat messages that say who got what item with the major items last a little bit longer? Like, does it actually just say in chat? It does say in chat. Okay, it'd probably be a chat time one. I will sort it after this game. I don't want to miss any more of the game. We are actually in a lower bracket finals. Apologies for the delay, of course. Scrambling to get myself authenticated on a private server.
Impressive.
Rel still trails -1 frag. Some good LG coming out from both players, but Rel just doesn't have the stack to put up any sort of fight right now. Firebot playing very well and controlled. This is one of the few games of silence that we've seen be played quite so slowly. Normally this looks closer to a game of Warsows and Arctic CPMA, something like that. PQL if you're boring. Firebot just holding off here. Red about to come up. Probably going to go into the lower end of that room and try and defend it from afar. Doesn't quite land the shot. Gets snagged on the doorway. Gets through without taking too much damage. Rel now has a great stack, but will want to take this mega and does. Now Rel absolutely in control of this stack. Good shot there from Rel. There's no need for Rel to push right now. The difference isn't that big. 4 frags on this map, absolutely nothing. This map is a true 1 frag equals 2 frags type of map. You can almost always find the conversion. But can Rel find the first conversion? Decent bit of LG coming from Firebot. Great LG coming from Rel, but Firebot manages to escape. The red is up and catches it. Drop down, get this 50. Not in the greatest position to take this fight, but manages to get the first rocket off. Rel having to back off. No armor left. No mega up. This yellow could be a position for Rel to try and trap, but doesn't. Tries to play over the other side of the map. Gets railed super low. Can't even afford to take any LG at this point. Both major items up. Mega taken. Red as well. Firebot fully stacked. 200, 200 going into this next fight. Firebot most likely won't want to make it a fight. Rel almost certainly would like to make a fight happen here. Doesn't really have the stack to force it unless they can get in with a good rocket, get a good bit of damage dealt. But other than that, it's going to be a struggle. Nice rail, 7 impressives on Firebot. Great LG there from Rel, but a good rocket. Going to put Rel in a spot of bother. And a beautiful finisher. Firebot puts themselves in a good position with 1 minute left on this map. Very low. Rel could almost certainly take this frag. 5 health left, and somehow Rel doesn't manage to come out of that. But just not having the weaponry, needing to use the rail, both players railable, and at that point it's just a game of insta-give. And Firebot's got some incredible accuracy on that rail. 8 impressives. There's a large number of impressives. What is the percentage on the accuracy? 68% accurate with the rail. Dropping a little bit now with a couple of misses, but Firebot has made some incredible shots. 10 seconds left. That's going to be your first map going to Firebot.
Impressive.
Absolutely brilliant. Rel still with the -1, which is a shame. But, yeah, it was too unfortunate. That's where Rel belongs. Rel's just been slowly climbing. Which side was Firebot? That side. Rel's just been slowly climbing from the first game. Like the first set. I mean, I had to play me in the first of the first, and I very much decided that I don't need to be playing just start from the start commentating instead of trying to play.
Prepare to fight.
Straight into it. Absolutely no chance for me to extend the chat time.
3.
Hectic. A surprising pick from Firebot. That last map was Rel's pick on Silence. But with the way that we've seen Firebot be playing very passive games, very just take the control and don't go in for the frags, it's interesting to see a difference in play and see Hectic be the pick. Very nice rail. Rel finding a nice lower position. Firebot just wants to hold this. Rel not able to go anywhere here. Both players trying to make this slow. This will be the slowest game of Hectic I've ever seen. Good opener rail there. Rel not in a great place to be taking a rail fight. Unfortunate spawn and gets LG'd straight down. Needs to find one of these items, but Firebot's going to make it exceptionally difficult here. Great rails from Rel. Puts Firebot back down to equal. But that red's going to change things. And Firebot hitting even more rails. Hitting incredible, about 70% by the end of the match last game. Rel taking these minor items. Red about to come up. Rel will have some shots to be able to take. Doesn't have much to defend against a big shot here. And gets a spawn on top.
Impressive.
Brilliant rail from Firebot. Good shot from Rel. Pushes Firebot down, but Firebot's just going to push in, bluff the health. And I don't think Rel's going to even try. Rel does try. Does believe Firebot is low, but with that red pickup, Firebot's going to survive the onslaught. Rel's picked up this mega. That's not a bad position to be in. Oh, bad timing there by Firebot. Drops off just as Rel comes out the teleporter. Now the roles are slightly reversed. Firebot was on top, holding down everything from this top layer. But Rel's taken control of it slightly, and if Rel can pick up this frag, it'd be a great way back into this game. Dropping out very quickly for the mega, going to ignore the red, takes the frag, needs to get this red. Going to try and get the frag off of the spawn. Red taken. 50 would be nice. No major items for a little bit. Rel's going to be able to get some damage out here, I think. Runs out of LG in the middle of that fight, though. And Firebot just able to buzz them down. Rel taking so much control of that upper deck. Couldn't drop down to be able to take the LG. Firebot also having the same problem. Stack back up though. I've just about got used to this having to pick up the item for ammo. Not the Quake world. Picking up the ammo for ammo. And the item gives you nothing. 20 health on Firebot. Will Rel be able to get the shot? Gets the shot off. The red is still up. Gets across to it. Needs to capitalise on this lead as quick as possible. Firebot picking up the The yellow armour gets 2 good rockets out and now should be able to get a third on the way through the teleporter. Roll down to 50 health. Both players falling quite low. Firebot stacked up a little bit, but major items coming soon. Mutual frag goes out. 3 to 9 as we hit the halfway mark in this map. Great rockets rained down from Firebot. Rel needs to find this frag to get this back into the game. Doesn't need to necessarily find it quickly, but does need to do it. That's not going to be a great start to that finding the frag business. Takes the yellow, which is going to be helpful, but going down in the process is not going to be good. Good rocket onto the 100. Rocket lands before the red's taken as well. That's definitely going to help. Rel just stuck a little bit in that mega room. Gets out quite well. Just sitting on the armour. Yeah, Firebot's passive game. He's really upped it since yesterday. We saw both him and Proximo unable to take advantage when they had the control. They were just playing far too laid back. Taking the items, playing defensive. But they've been able to make the frags on this one. Rel super low. 13 to 3. Getting away from Rel a little bit here. Could have a chance to come back into this. It's fast enough, but with the way Firebot can play while out of control, it's going to be difficult. Needs to find Firebot before he can stack back up. A couple of rockets rained down, none of them landing. Beautiful rail. There's been absolutely no lowering of standards as more and more people have qualified. Like from the first set of qualifiers, it helps that there's only 4 qualifiers this time rather than 8. Only 1 going through from each. But yeah, there's just been no lowering of the quality. And even if there had have been, like Firebot didn't play last week and then plays this week. Also, is Firebot actually Welsh? Because there's a Welsh flag there, but I'm yet to see them speak English. Although, Welsh. Rel's managed to get a kill here. Needs another one. Gets it. Red taken before the shot landed though, unfortunately. Almost certainly not enough time. And if Firebot's going to play this... We were saying Firebot has an incredible passive game towards the end when he knows he's got enough frags to win the game. This isn't passive. This isn't passive. This isn't defensive. This is flat out aggression. So potentially Firebot learning from previous games versus Sib Vasic and deciding to practice a more aggressive playstyle. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Impressive.
I remember one of my first CPM games on this map. I was constantly getting beaten up by that because I'm really bad at remembering where teleporters are. I have to play maps for such a long time to remember where teleporters go to. Even if you colour code them or something. I still have no idea. And I remember just running into that exact trick like 4 or 5 times.
Impressive.
Firebot racking up the frags for the kill counter. Very well played from Rel though. Furthest they've got in any of these tournaments, any of these qualifiers. Just kept getting further and further through the games.
Impressive.
Getting to this lower bracket final is certainly not bad. And there you are. Firebot takes it 24-4, but the score doesn't matter. The win-loss just there does. We now go over to Firebot versus Sibvasic. I've lost the bracket. That's the one I want. There we go. Put the music back on. Yeah, the aggression and capitalising on the other hand. I mean, Proximo yesterday pretty much lost because of not capitalising on having the upper hand in one of the games. Firebot also did the same versus Arseny. In fact, that was the game before Proximo. It was on Cure and Firebot got 3 frags into the lead after about 2 minutes and just controlled every single item the entire game until about 7 minutes. Had 4 or 5 minutes of full item control and didn't get a single kill in that time. And then Arseny was able to get like half a control, take a mega and a couple of yellows and stack up a little bit, get one opening rocket direct, and all of a sudden it was a comeback. And so I think Firebot's almost certainly just learned from that and decided I need to get the frags on the board, and even if you're winning, just go for those frags in that game versus Rel. Get that kind of move pumping. Let's try and interact with this, and if I can press the very tiny button that's just there. There we go. Bring this down. And then I probably need to be moved, don't I? And then you can see what's going on. That's gotta be a question. What? Okay, never mind. Just doing some quick Google translating of what this conversation is, and Sibvasic's asking what happens next. It's like, well, the same as what happened every other time. Oh, let's try and get that chat sorted. See what list chat. No, chat history length is not what I want. Is there a way to make chat messages stay up on the screen for longer? Can't find anything. Oh well. It's fine. Yeah, that's true. I could just pop console up. It's only for the message that tells you who took major items. Because it disappears like way too quick. To the point where if there's a rocket spam fight standing on top of the mega, by the time the rocket spam fight's ended, you're not always sure who took the mega. Especially if, you know, sometimes the rockets are going and someone's taken the mega, but they've also taken a rocket to the face, and that removes the mega very quickly after. I was watching a game earlier versus Sesson versus Sabers, and Sesson's FOV is insanely high, but Sibber is pretty low, probably 90 or something. Sesson's zoom FOV was the same as Sibber's full FOV. It's absolutely mental. It's such a high FOV. My weapons are set up because I play 120 FOV, so my weapons are set up to look fine on 120. They looked stupid. They looked absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, I know. I play 120's high, so the weapon's looking high. It just makes them absolutely ridiculous. The problem is I also play with HUD off most of the time, weapons off most of the time, so the weapons are set up to be middled, and so that the LG beam's straight and in the middle of the screen. So it is a strange one. Yeah. Me and Wolfie played a game in CPM ages ago with 180, both playing 180 FOV. That was chaos. That was just absolute chaos. I did used to play 130 actually, but then I changed it because so I was playing 130 because 130 was the max in Unreal Tournament, but turns out that 130 Unreal Tournament is actually 120 in Quake because of the way the engine kind of works. That it's not like because of the scaling and stuff, and Quake's working off of a 4x3 FOV. An Unreal Tournament, this was Unreal Tournament 4, so the Unreal Engine 4, so it was actually working off of a 16x9 FOV, so makes a big difference. So the craziest for looking round corners FOV setup I've ever seen. Xonotic doesn't have limits on your FOV. You can set more than 360. It's not cheat protected. Gouldren used to play, because you can go third person in Xonotic with a bind, and he used to have a bind that would toggle between third person with a ridiculous like 360 degree FOV, and it looks like those 360 cameras that people like cycle along, and it looks like they're going around a mini globe and all of that sort of stuff. It looked like that, but you could just straight up see round corners. Didn't seem to help much. I reckon it would be a lot better in a slower game like this, but there's not much in Xonotic. You just kind of push into them and then you're going, shit, I need to press my button to get myself back in first person. Here we go. We are into it with the grand final. Map scores are wrong. Hold on. Oh wait. Yeah, map scores are wrong. They're the wrong way around. Vasic goes into this with a 1 map lead. We are on Cure, then we go to Sinister Dismemberment and Blood Run for the finale. Great rocket there from Firebot. Does a good opener to soften up Sid Vasic. And now Firebot has the items. Now we'll see if that that sort of gameplay change we were talking about will come through. Will Firebot try to make a good advantage of this early item lead? Looks like Firebot's just going to keep playing around the items. Absolutely make sure that the stack is there. Neither of these players even meeting just yet. Very nice rail there from Vasic. Doesn't do much as the Mega's taken immediately after, but it's a warning shot at least. And Vasic's going to get away with the red for free. Very nice rail there. That one isn't for free. He finds a second as well. Very nice play in the verticality. Gets the LG absolutely beautifully onto Firebot. Crushes him. Takes the red and now we'll head off to try and grab this Mega. Firebot stacking up a good bit off that yellow and should have taken the green as well. But fully stacked here for Vasic.
Impressive.
Nice rail from the top. No rush, no haste. Just absolutely textbook railing there. Good starter for Firebot. Knows that he doesn't have a chance in this fight just yet. Needs to get a bit of damage and get out. But Vasic able to do a good bit of chunk with the LG. Firebot's got that red. It's not a bad time to take a fight for Firebot, but not going to want to take it just yet. Pushes in a little bit. Vasic's off guard. It's a very high stack here for Vasic. Firebot just needs to get one rocket to even this up a little bit more. Needs to get one good entry rocket. It's not going to happen, and Vasic's going to pin him with the LG straight into the water. No chance to get away from it. Slightly delayed Mega. It's a good chance to try and throw Firebot out of the loop here. Unable to capitalise on the early lead, and Vasic able to get some good entry damage and take a strong lead. Highly overstacked, but is he going to be able to get any frags out of it? Firebot playing incredibly well defensively right now. Has a full stack without having seen a mega for a little while. Good LG there. Firebot surely won't get pinned. Gets pinned into the wall and goes down. Seems to have a -1. Not sure what the -1 frag was from. Whether it was a rocket in the last death. Vasic potentially playing this a lot more cautiously than needs to, but
5-minute warning.
Firebot's not going to be the kind of person to push in without being absolutely sure of the win of the fight. Vasic's got great aim. Going to take 2 good chunky rocket shots onto Firebot, finish it off with the LG, and claim the prize of the mega. Might even go fight for this yellow. He's going to get over there. Firebot's going to take it, but should probably go down in this fight, and does. Now Vasic's still fully stacked up. And seems to be ready to take another fight. A little bit of stuttering, not sure if that's on my end or not.
Impressive.
Hopefully it is just my end. Good rocket there from Firebot. Doesn't have the health to be able to take this fight right now though, and Vasic's going to push in just a little bit. We'll swap over to the Firebot POV for the escape. Good rocket there from Sid Vasic. Firebot spawning and does see Vasic, but doesn't want to engage. Knows that Vasic's got more health than can be MG'd down off the start. Firebot playing this very slowly. Remember, Firebot is a map down already, even though this is map number 1. Coming from the lower bracket gives you that disadvantage. We've only seen one person be able to overcome it, and it was always off the back of winning the first map in the series. Well, always. It was only off of winning. You have... But, yeah. Arseny overcame it yesterday versus Proximo. Won the first map of the series. Everyone else lost the first map of the series when they were down. And went 2-0 down, and that's just hard to recover from. If you win, you're just making it a best of 3. Good LG from both players, but Vasic is going to get slightly better there. I'm going to be able to stack up. Mega coming up now. Firebot might be able to get over to it, but I think he's just going to play a bit... Yeah, playing a bit more passively now. Doesn't want to rush in. Very nice rockets on the defense. Gets a good rail. Firebot being ballsy there. Very much faking the stack. Vasic has full control over this map now. 1.5 minutes left to go. This one is absolutely going to Vasic, unless a miracle happens. What we're here for now is can Firebot get out of the negatives? 1 minute to go. Never good to end on a negative. And Firebot's going to have to win the next map. This was Firebot's pick as well. I mean, Vasic not going to be afraid of Cure. Goes very low. Firebot with 1 health left. Nearly suicides at the same time as making the frag. Will get away from the negative. Misses that shot. I'm not quite sure how. Right between the legs. Vasic gets away with absolutely no health whatsoever. Out of that last one, 5 health or so. Firebot coming in, trying to make a difference mentally as well. If Firebot can take this kind of end of game victory into the next map, then they'll feel a lot better about it, because going the whole game being out of control and never being able to get back in control after you lost control from the start, never a good way to go into the decider map. But if they can feel pretty decent about themselves going through with this, that one won't really matter. It's a bit annoying, but the spam from a plasma, not really an expected fight. Convincing victory from Vasic there. Firebot just not able to get on the board while they had the control, and then Vasic able to bully them out of it and take the control. We head off to Sinister next. Ignore that, we don't go to Furious Heights.
Vote now. Vote passed. Prepare to fight.
Here we go then. Match point and qualification point to Vasic. Firebot needs this one to go through. Picks up the red straight off the spawn. Vasic's going to delay the mega. Vasic will want a fast start to this, whereas Firebot is absolutely going to want the slowest possible start to this game. So Vasic pushing in there, gets a very nice rail, but Firebot does somehow manage to get the step up onto the top. Takes the red, trading out rails. Firebot's going to be happier with the trading of rails than Vasic is right now. Mega about to come up and Firebot is on it. Good timing there. Firebot doesn't know the timing, of course, because Vasic delayed it earlier. It gets away somehow with 45 HP. Firebot now with another red armor. Gets well stacked. This time wants to take some sort of lead. Doesn't want to go like last time. Item control. Wants to turn it into map control. Firebot here. Another red armor. Vasic's going to take the mega. But Firebot is not unstacked. Good bit of damage there from Vasic. Couple more little chips like that is going to swing the tide of who can fight. Because Firebot will play this much more passively. Vasic, you can see, straight on the item. Firebot not even turning up to fight it. Good rail there. Vasic, very well stacked. Good LG coming from Firebot, but 2 good rockets are going to put him on the back foot. And Vasic goes down. Absolutely beautiful LG there from Firebot. Now up top. Wants to be able to take this red. Vasic not going to try and defend. Going to try and get a rail from afar. And Firebot was wanting to capitalise on the lead. Gets a nice rail. LG comes out. Brilliant shot. Firebot finally managing to capitalise on a lead in this game.
Impressive.
Great rail down. This is closer to the Firebot that we saw versus Rel rather than the Firebot that we saw in the last game. Much more powerful Firebot, able to land the shots and able to do the damage that's needed. Vasic's not completely out of control here though. They've always been around the items and dealing damage, not letting anything get away for free. A lot of things getting away for less than they're worth, but a beautiful rail there from Firebot, getting the exit onto Vasic. Next fight coming up on the red. Firebot's playing this incredibly aggressive, pushes right into Vasic, who's going to get some good rockets, but the LG finally locks on. And big damage is dealt. 2 rockets there, going to finish Vasic off, get another frag. Firebot in a big lead. Rail percent is 38, but he's been spamming it at teleports and going for some ridiculous shots. Had 70% rail on Silent. Who was that against? I think it was Rel. Yeah, it was in the lower bracket final. 70%, absolutely mad. Firebot takes a commanding charge of this map now though. Incredible difference between the ways. You'd almost think that these were 2 different players. The way Firebot played that last map, in control, playing passively, waiting for frags, and then loses control, and then this time got a little bit of control. Didn't even have the full 200-200 stack by the time that they decided, right, now's the time to push in, and I'm going to have 3 frags. Whereas last time, 200-200 and wouldn't even take a fight that was given to them.
5-minute warning.
Good rockets there from Vasic. Brings Firebot down a little bit lower, but it's a free red. Vasic gets away very lucky not to get caught by a lot more of that LG, but does get taken out by the rockets later. And Vasic is going to forfeit this game. 9 frags to 0. No point destroying your mental for it. We head on to Sinister. Completely different game there. There was always a chance that Firebot came back into it from...
Vote now.
I always get confused by people re-voting the wrong one. I just look at the votes and forget. Dismemberment we go.
Prepare to fight.
And it's an immediate ready up from both players. Absolutely no rest. We will start on Vasic here this time. Now I've seen these 2 play on this map earlier. It went to 4 overtimes and very nearly 5, but 2 absolutely banger rockets from Vasic landing direct, chunked out Firebot's health, and yeah, it was pretty close to the end of the overtime. Firebot couldn't bring it back. Did try, nearly did it. But the game ended up going to Vasic. And then they still had 1 more map to play. That was only the first map. Both players well stacked. Firebot I expect to want to start taking fights early. Knows it works from the last game. Unfortunately, I only got into the overtimes on this game. I was watching other games before dropping into this one on the other side of the bracket. But Firebot gonna take the lead here. Will he capitalise on it? Light timing miss there, but that's fine. Has great control over the items. 10 seconds till the next one. Bassett gets some nice damage off. And is able to get past Firebot. Pure trigger control. Now Firebot wants to take the position. Vassic picks up the Mega but goes down. No armor on him to speak of. Firebot not able to really do much about that spawn. Just in the wrong place. A great prediction there from Vassic. A little bit of luck sometimes is what you need. But Firebot plays it really well over to the yellow to pick up the 50. Still very much in control of this map. Taking control of this top over at the red. Mega most likely go to Vassic, does indeed. But not much armor being allowed to be taken by Firebot. Good rail there from Vassic. Very much opens things up for a fight now. Firebot will want to be, at the very least, there for this next Mega. Where's Vassic going to stand from? Is up there in the top. LG's coming out. Both about even, and Firebot gets it just slightly. Vassic does the correct thing. Knows that he can't be far off of the frag. Runs in with the machine gun. Nice rocket there from Vassic. Gets the second. Going to play it aggressively to try and catch Firebot back up. Firebot definitely did play aggressively between those items, but just wasn't able to do anything. Vassic being able to play really well out of control and eventually managed to get this turned around, even with Firebot making a kill. Vassic was then just able to turn it around off the back of that. It's all tied up though. Good damage dealt. Firebot with the LG. Vassic down to 8. Nearly blows himself up. Firebot not enough health to push in. Both players railable. Vassic trying to stack something up. Goes down. Firebot now. Back in control. But for how long? This controller's swung left and right. It's not a true map lock. Firebot maybe had a little bit of a map lock for a bit, but Vassic had some good stack in it and was able to hide. Great LG there from Vassic, but Firebot's got the rocket launcher and does some great damage with it. Firebot not enough health to push in. Vassic has the number of Firebot. Has a really good understanding of their health, seems, in this game. And is able to just predict when it's right to use the rocket launcher and when they need to just pull out the machine gun, rush in, and yeah, take the frag back. Fairly even stacks right now. Vassic getting this red will be really important. Firebot on the wrong side. Can't seem to land a rail. Vassic knows where they're going to be going. Firebot standing on the Mega. Takes it in the middle of the fight. Both going super controlled with the LGs. What are the percentages? 48% for Vassic. Really good on these LG shots.
Lead taken.
Beautifully done there to take the lead. Should be able to capitalise on this. Get a few frags out of the spawn. while no items are coming up. Firebot's got nowhere to be. And no weapons to take. Looking the wrong way, gets caught out. Should go down, but somehow manages to pick up the Mega, survive it, because Vasic runs out of LG ammo. He's stacked it back up now though. Firebot needs to get back control of this map. I'd expect Firebot to immediately take this yellow. Yeah. But Vasic heard it. Vasic just waiting. Doesn't need to push. Firebot's the one that's got to push. Great rail there from Firebot. Although it's traded, Firebot knocks Vasic down and out of the ability to go challenge for the red. Vasic is playing this map really well right now though. Keeping just enough control that Firebot can't manage to push in. I would expect around 2 minutes, maybe a minute and a half to go, that Firebot will get a little bit more desperate and try to push in if he can't manage to get some frags on it now. Gets a great shot, brilliant. Both players railable. The shotgun comes out, teleported up. There's no health around for Firebot to pick up. So he's going to have to exit to the other side of the map. Neither rail lands. And the balance of control has swung. Firebot with that red. A little bit of lag here. But it's alright. We've had a worse... had a worse bit of lag, which was actually in the middle of a game. In the middle of a fight. Mega about to come up. Firebot onto it. Gets away with that absolutely brilliantly. 60 damage. Vasic doesn't manage to land the rail. Does that time. Falls back. No yellow to take. It's going to be a little while. Firebot's got the red. Now's where I would expect Firebot to start trying to push really hard and chase down some of these frags. Vasic, on the other hand, going to just try and hide in sneaky spots that you wouldn't normally check. If you don't need that 50 health, you wouldn't potentially come even into this room. Firebot's in just the right position. Manages to do quite a good bit of damage to Vasic. Gets away in the teleporter. 1 minute left on the clock. And 2 frags for Firebot to make. But this is a map where 1 frag is 2. If Firebot can get 1, there's a very good chance that the spawn lines up. Needs just a bit of luck to open this up with a good rocket. And then that little bit extra luck that Vasic effectively doesn't spawn on one of the few safe spots. But Vasic's playing this super passively now, just completely letting Firebot take all the items. Goes for this red though, interestingly. Surprised he was even around it. LG comes out. 15 seconds left to go. Vasic's not even going to try and attempt the fight, hiding in this corner. Firebot pushes in. Great push from Firebot, and Vasic left and right back around. Tries to juke him. Does. 2 seconds left. Goes down, but it's not going to be enough. Just too late. Vasic. Brilliant timing on that. Vasic is going to be going through your final qualifier. I'm not sure when the final person will be announced because we still have one more report to be announced. But come on. Oh wait, I'm not on interact. Hold on. I'm on the wrong bit. There we go. There is your qualifier. Sib Vasic takes the victory. GG. Let's have a look at the 250 FPS website. So you are going to be seeing in the finals, we will be seeing Cypher, Agent, Pavel, Ash, Swex, Fog, Sparty, Backscene. They are from the top 8 of the previous season. Invitees are Razy, Kilson, Dazator, and one more to be announced. And then from the qualifications, you have Nitrino, Helldown, Arseny, and Vasic. I was only slightly confused because of this. Could be Cyber, but who set that? Anyway, it's Vasic. He's been there or thereabouts, except for not turning up yesterday. Yeah, being there. As you can see, Rel's come up 4th yesterday, 3rd today. Arseny again, slowly coming up. Massive commiserations to Proximo. Not able to come through, having made 2 finals. Come 2nd both times, and then not able to get through today. Rather unfortunate. But thank you very much for watching. Hit follow. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming the actual competition, but we'll see. I do other games and stuff, largely defrag, but also dual commentaries for other Arena FPS, so it would be much appreciated with follows. Thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the season, and hopefully I'll see some of you around elsewhere. Might as well try and raid something or someone. Who's going? Problem is with raiding after a 250, nobody is around. Everybody's just getting off from the 250. Is there anything else? Any Quakers? Thanks for watching. Play defrag. Play Xenotic. Enjoy your games. And I will see you some other time. Thank you very much. And done.